Distinguidos,
distinguished members, it is 9:15 a.m. Time for us to resume our important meeting here in Istanbul, Turkey, 152, the Assembly of the IPU. We would like to recall that we have a long list of participants, so we will be limiting speaking time to 6 minutes. When you get to 5 minutes, 30 seconds, I will let you know that you should be moving towards concluding your remarks, and on exactly 6 minutes, we will end the statement. And I would also remind you that the right to the freedom of expression and opinion is a fundamental right that is key to the full respect of all rights. It's a fundamental pillar of democracy. However, in exercising this right, no speaker should impinge upon the rights of others, including the right of non-discrimination on any grounds. If expressions are used which clearly incite the violation of rights of some of the participants of this IPU meeting, those of us presiding over proceedings can suspend that statement. And recommend that those using such intolerant or defamatory expressions either withdraw those comments or be barred from speaking. So we now turn to the first statement, which would be the representative of the Parliament of Uruguay. Is the speaker in the room? Please, Uruguay, go ahead.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. We have been invited by the IPU to focus on new generations, future generations, as they say now. And I think there are more than enough reasons to justify this. Firstly, because, as you know, this is the first time in a long time that new generations believe that the future will be worse than the present. And that puts an enormous responsibility on us. And secondly, because I think we're all aware that what we are facing are existential risks, not just arising from the armed conflicts that we're seeing, which unfortunately have been around for some time, but also as a result of new technologies. Artificial general intelligence, as its own developers say, constitute potentially an existential risk. And also because the majority of us here are the last analog generation. So the responsibility is ours, the responsibility to transmit values to the new generations, values such as democracy, which is our responsibility and our responsibility solely. So we need to move from commitment to action. And in a time of change such as this, it would be useless and inappropriate to think that we could move to action simply through reaction without innovation. So, innovation is something that within this very IPU we have seeds for, ideas that will enable us to meet the challenges faced by the new generations. And I'm referring, and would particularly like to emphasize, participatory governance, which some parliaments are already implementing, are already practicing in their respective countries. A mechanism which is applied in the commissions of the future, which have demonstrated their capacity to rise to the challenges we face, not just technological challenges, but, as the concept note for this meeting says, ethical questions, which parliamentarians are perhaps not used to putting at the center of our debate. So our work here in the IPU enables us not only to adapt to uncertainty and this incredible speed of change, but also to think about ethics, to think about what is it about humanity that we want to preserve? What aspects and values, what questions do we need to make sure that we can preserve so that we stay human? Uruguay, through GRULAC, has proposed to the Governing Council a specific proposal. And the idea is to build and consolidate a space, a network of future committees, so that this effective methodology for approaching these new challenges can be consolidated, extended, understood by many, many more parliaments, because we firmly believe that this path towards participatory governance, which isn't promising any miracles, but it is promising a new way in which parliamentary activities can be carried out. Representation, oversight, legislation. These are our core tasks, and they have to adapt to new technologies such as AI, and that implies new methodologies as well. And that's why we would like to expand participatory governance. If the IPU can, at this or the next assembly, approve this proposal, then that will enable us to rise to these new challenges, this new job, which is moral and ethical as well as political. And that is something that will assist us in our task of returning hope to new generations and create a belief that it is democracy that will be the best way of living together. If we fail in that, when the new generations have no hope, then our parliaments will lose trust, lose credibility. So that's the path forward, and that is the purpose of our proposal. Participatory governance for all parliaments, and that can return hope to future generations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the delegation of Malawi.
Luego, para que se vaya.
And to help you prepare, the next speaker after Malawi will be the delegation of Luxembourg.
Good morning. Mr. President, it is with great honor that I take this opportunity to address this Honorable Assembly meeting here in this beautiful city of Istanbul to contribute on behalf of the Malawi delegation to this important theme of the 152nd IPU Assembly entitled Nurturing Hope, Securing Peace, and Ensuring Justice for Future Generations. Mr. President, the theme of this assembly resonates deeply with the global challenges that the world is facing today. We are meeting at a time when the world stands at a defining crossroads under the weight of undeniable realities, conflicts that defy international law, inequalities that continue to widen, a climate crisis that threatens livelihoods, and growing uncertainty among young people. Mr. President, these challenges are not distant realities. They are present in our communities and affect our daily lives of our people. Addressing these challenges requires strong political responsibility, with parliaments playing a central role in protecting vulnerable populations and nurturing a peaceful hope for the future in the midst of escalating conflicts and natural disasters. This topic, Mr. President, speaks directly to the values upon which the country I come from, Malawi, was founded on: compassion, solidarity, and respect for human dignity. Malawi has long stood as a beacon of peace, stability, and democratic governance on the African continent. Its voice is engraved in both weight and moral suasion for advancing and defending humanitarian principles. Anchored in respect for human dignity, the rule of law, as well as rules-based international order and inclusive governance, both domestically and on the global stage. Malawi remains committed to these values, guided by its long-term vision, which recognizes peace as the foundation of sustainable development through legislative, oversight, and representative functions. Mr. President, the government of Malawi and Parliament have implemented key initiatives, including programs to address poverty and to target food insecurity to millions of vulnerable households, such as the Affordable Inputs Program and the Social Cash Transfer Program. Furthermore, Malawi remains committed to international cooperation and has demonstrated this through its participation in global frameworks such as the Paris Agreement on Climate Change and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. The country continues to uphold environmental protection through policies on sustainable land use and water resource management. In addition, Mr. President, Malawi is increasingly engaging on emerging issues such as the artificial intelligence, working to ensure that technological advancements are guided by democratic principles and respect for human rights. Mr. President, on the question of youth inclusion and integrational justice, Malawi acknowledges the urgent need to involve young people in decision-making, while the youth representation remains low globally. Our Parliament has taken steps to engage youth through parliamentary outreach programs such as the Youth Parliament, and also in collaboration with the civil society organizations. Similarly, Malawi continues to promote gender equality through legislative reforms and affirmative action, which has seen the increased women participation in politics. Of course, Mr. President, gaps remain. However, this progress is guided by commitments such as the Southern Africa Development Community Protocol on Gender and Development and the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, alongside national laws like the Gender Equality Act of 2013. In conclusion, distinguished delegates, before I end, I wanted to comment on what is happening and what my colleagues have also commented. I am a Muslim from Africa, and we Muslims in Africa are told that we Muslims, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, we are brothers and sisters. What has happened to our brothers in Palestine? Have we abandoned them? One man's decision is affecting the whole world right now. Uncertainty is the word of the day. Our leaders can be captured, can be murdered, and as IPU, I think we need to have a strong word. We need to stand together and fight a common goal, a common goal that should respect the rights of all people, of all humanity, regardless of who they are and where they come from. I would like to say that Palestine is not alone. We are with you and will be with you until the day the light shall be on you. Thank you so much for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Many thanks. I'd now like to invite the delegation of Luxembourg to speak, who will be followed by Zambia. Luxembourg, please go ahead.
Monsieur le
President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to extend my thanks to the IPU President for the excellent organization of this conference, and allow me to thank our Turkish hosts for their warm welcome over the past few days. All over the world, armed conflicts are escalating on various fronts, many of which remain invisible from international public opinion and are too often forgotten. As we know, lasting peace will be impossible if there is just pressure to achieve it. Violence has become widespread. Just look at the tragic scenes in Gaza. The situation in the Middle East continues to threaten regional stability and global economic affairs, and above all, the lives of civilians. In that context, the silence of parliamentarians would be a grave mistake. And in the Middle East, for instance, we call for an immediate de-escalation. Last March, we also clearly supported the establishment of a special international tribunal to judge crimes of aggression against Ukraine. We are convinced that lasting peace will be impossible without justice for the victims. With regard to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the Luxembourg Parliament has on several occasions called for the two-state solution. And last September, it went a step further by formally recognizing the state of Palestine, according to the 1967 borders, not as the end of the process, but as a starting point towards reconciliation and justice. The global architecture is now being shaken at its very foundations. There are still rules, but what is being shaken is the determination to enforce them. Questioning the legitimacy of the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice shouldn't be allowed, especially in times of crisis. The international order should be respected. Given the increasing disengagement of certain states, Luxembourg has decided to do the opposite. We have decided to strengthen our commitment. We mustn't give up hope. Medium-sized countries in particular have a decisive role to play, not by looking in on themselves, but by creating alliances built on shared values, extending our partnerships, doesn't weaken our commitments. It gives them a stronger reality. Resilience is built together. That is its very meaning, and thereby lies its strength. We are supposed to protect our citizens' trust in government, and therefore they expect us to be accountable. And that's why parliamentarians have such an important role to play. But democracy shouldn't be judged by the solidity of its formal structures alone, but by the vitality of civil society. Luxembourg actively supports civil society organizations because we believe that the weakening of those organizations is always the first sign of the crumbling of democracy. And I think therein lies the meaning of a conference like the IPU conference, where these democratic values are seen for what they are. I think it's simple. We need to be proactive rather than react to challenges. We need to see real political will in today's world. So, dear colleagues, let us defend our underlying principles, the rule of law, dignity, equality, and I believe that through cooperation and solidarity, our common values will resist the forces that are trying to divide us. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Many thanks. I give the floor to the delegation of Zambia, to be followed by Belgium.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honorable speakers and heads of delegations, distinguished parliamentarians, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to address this distinguished assembly on behalf of the National Assembly and the people of the Republic of Zambia. I extend my sincere appreciation to the government and the people of the Republic of Türkiye and the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye for their warm welcome, wonderful hospitality, and for hosting this important assembly. Mr. President, as we gather here, we are reminded of our sacred duty to nurture hope and secure peace and justice for future generations. The Interparliamentary Union's commitment to fostering dialogue and cooperation is more relevant today than ever. Our world faces complex challenges, conflict, inequality, and climate change, among others. The ongoing war in the Middle East reminds us of the devastating human cost of conflict, lost lives, family displaced, and hope dimmed for many children. It is a stark call for all of us as parliamentarians to reaffirm the power of diplomacy, dialogue, and respect for international law in resolving disputes. Yet amidst these challenges lies an opportunity to redefine our collective future. As leaders, we must prioritize people over politics and work towards inclusive, sustainable development that leaves no one behind. Mr. President, Zambia believes in the power of peace, unity, and cooperation, guided by our national values of dignity, equality, and justice. We have made strides in promoting stability and prosperity. We know from our own history that peace is built through tolerance, dialogue, and a commitment to the common good. Nurturing hope begins with strengthening democracy, protecting freedoms, and ensuring that the rule of law prevails. The government of the Republic of Zambia has taken significant steps to consolidate democratic governance, enhance transparency, and promote national unity. Among the notable reforms has been the continued implementation of constitutional governance reforms aimed at strengthening democratic institutions and ensuring greater accountability. In this regard, in 2023, Zambia enacted the Access to Information Act, which enhances transparency and enables citizens to access public information, thereby strengthening democratic participation and accountability. Additionally, reforms in public finance management, supported by the Public Finance Management Act, continue to promote fiscal discipline and transparency in the management of public resources, thereby nurturing hope for future generations. Mr. President, you may wish to also note that Zambia has continued to be committed towards the maintenance of peace and stability within our borders, across the region, and at global level. Zambia has also upheld a legacy as a peaceful nation and a champion of dialogue, mediation, and regional cooperation through active participation in regional and international bodies, such as the Southern African Development Community, the African Union, the Commonwealth Parliament Association, and Interparliamentary Union. Hope for future generations must be anchored on sustainable development. In this vein, the government of the Republic of Zambia has implemented policies aimed at improving economic resilience, promoting youth empowerment, and expanding opportunities for women and marginalized communities. For instance, in the 8th National Development Plan 2022 to 2026, provides strategic framework for inclusive economic transformation, focusing on human capital development, economic diversification, and environmental sustainability. Further programs such as the Constituency Development Fund has empowered local communities by financing schools, health facilities, youth empowerment initiatives, and community infrastructure across the country. Investment in education have been strengthened through free education policy from early childhood to secondary school, which has significantly increased the number of learners by over 2.5 million for the last 4 years. Mr. President, we need to harness our collective strength to address global challenges, promote human rights, and ensure every child, whether in Africa, Europe, Asia, America, or Middle East, inherits a world of peace, opportunity, and hope. Together, we can shape a brighter future, a future where every nation, community, and individual can thrive, free from the fear of war. As we deliberate during this assembly, let us reaffirm our commitment to working together across borders and political divides. The decisions we take today will shape the world that future generations will inherit. Zambia stands ready to continue working with the fellow parliaments of the IPU to nurture hope, secure peace, and ensure justice for all. I thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I will take the floor now to Belgium. They will be followed by Zimbabwe.
Oh, that's very high. Good morning, everyone. Madam President, honorable members of Parliament, dear colleagues. At a time when the world is gripped by senseless violence and diplomacy seems to fade away, it may seem naive to speak of hope, peace, and justice. And yet, not to do so would already be a form of surrender. Now more than ever, we must nurture hope, secure peace, and ensure justice for future generations. In our moments of doubt, we must be guided by a compass that of rule of law and human rights. All of us here have one thing in common: we are parliamentarians, and our shared role is to hold our government accountable. It is crucial that the laws we pass respect the human rights enshrined by the United Nations. It is on this condition that our states will be fully governed by the rule of law. And it is also our responsibility to ensure that the IPU resolution, including the one that we are adopting during this session, do not remain merely symbolic. They must be translated into laws and concrete actions. Our parliaments also act as a vital bridge between citizens and political decision-making. Allow me to say a few words about the future generation, the theme of our assembly. I worked closely with young people, thousands of young people, for 10 years as president of a major university, a role I held before being elected president of the Senate. That experience convinced me of one thing: our political responsibility is immense. It is often said that young people are the future, but in reality, they are already the present, because the decisions we take today directly shape their future. Our choices must be guided by intergenerational responsibility and not dictated by short-term electoral objectives. Article 29 of the United Nations Declaration on Future Generation clearly calls on us to, and I'm quoting, enhance cooperation with stakeholders, including civil society, academia, the scientific and technological community, and the private sector, and encouraging intergeneration partnership, promoting a whole-of-society approach, end of quote. We must reach out our fellow citizens, listen to them, work with them, open up our parliaments. At the Palace of Nations, which houses both chambers in Belgium, 30,000 visitors pass through its door every year. They familiarize themselves with the heart of our institutions. These concrete actions, visits, meetings, answering questions, experts' hearings, can be genuine drivers of trust in institutions, and through this, strengthen cooperation and democracy. I look forward to taking advantage of this IPU assembly to exchange best practice and innovative ideas in order to nurture hope, secure peace, and ensure justice, not only for future generations, but starting today through our decisions. Many thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Zimbabwe will be next to take the floor, followed by the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Perdón, ahora es el Reino de...
Sorry, the Kingdom of Eswatini will be next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, distinguished delegates, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of our entire delegation from the Kingdom of Eswatini, may I humbly extend our deepest gratitude to the government of the Republic of Türkiye for the exceptional hospitality and outstanding reception afforded to us on our arrival in this beautiful country. The Republic of Türkiye has set a standard of welcome that will remain with us long after we return home. Colleagues, allow me to extend my profound gratitude for the outstanding work done by Dr. Tulia Akson and Mr. Martin Chungong during their tenure in their respective portfolios. We salute our African sister and brother for the unprecedented milestones in this esteemed organization. Indeed, they will leave an indelible mark on the abilities of African contributions in such organizations. We thank the IPU team for their hard work. The theme before us, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations is both timely and deeply resonant. It calls upon us as leaders and legislators to reflect not only on present realities, but on the legacy we are building for those who will come after us. In Eswatini, this aspiration is firmly anchored in our National Development Plan 2023 to 2028, which seeks to achieve economic recovery and sustainable livelihoods for all citizens. At its core lies a commitment to social justice, political stability, and inclusive development, with good governance serving as the foundation upon which hope for future generations is built. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Eswatini continues to pursue a deliberate and coordinated approach to national development. Our government's policy direction, encapsulated in the Ngwe, which means agile mandate, is focused on accelerating inclusive economic growth, reducing poverty, combating corruption, creating employment, and strengthening essential public services such as health and education. Across government, the Ministry of Economic Planning and Development drives strategic coordination of national priorities, including alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. The Ministry of Education and Training is implementing comprehensive reforms aimed at equipping our young with relevant skills for the future. The Ministry of Health, in collaboration with global partners, has delivered a globally recognized HIV response, achieving the 95-95-95 targets, a testament to sustained multi-sectoral commitment. The Deputy Prime Minister's office remains central in protecting the most vulnerable, ensuring that no one is left behind. Youth empowerment initiatives led by key ministries continue to foster entrepreneurship, innovation among our young people. The Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs is expanding access to justice, particularly for vulnerable communities. Complementing these efforts is the domestic efforts that we have. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation plays a critical role in advancing development through strategic partnerships, mobilizing financing, technical support, and trade opportunities that directly benefit our people. Mr. President, Eswatini remains firmly committed to multilateralism and regional stability. Our engagement with continental human rights mechanisms, including the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, reflects our openness to accountability and continuous improvement. At the regional level, Eswatini's leadership role within SADC underscores our commitment to peace, security, and cooperation in Southern Africa. Globally, our partnership with the United Nations system, including the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2026 to 2030, positions us to advance digital transformation, economic resilience, and sustainable development. In addition to the above, Eswatini will be hosting the first session of the Joint African-EU Parliamentary Assembly, JPA, on the 7th to the 14th of May 2026, and we look forward to seeing many of you in the Kingdom. On climate change, we recognize that securing the future requires inclusive and decisive action on climate change. Mr. President, Eswatini, like most modern states, lives among a global community with its core ethos on upholding international law and principles. In the midst of the heightened global tensions, it is our call to encourage all nations to engage in dialogue, which has far proven to be a realistic and most reachable solution than armed conflict. Our policy remains rooted in the conviction that no conflict is so deep that it cannot be navigated through sustained dialogue. As I conclude, the experience of the Kingdom of Eswatini demonstrates that even within constrained resources, focused leadership, national unity, and strategic partnership can yield measurable progress. As parliaments, we bear a collective responsibility to legislate, oversee, and advocate in ways that translate these ideals into tangible outcomes for our citizens. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora corresponde.
Thank you very much. Tajikistan will be our next speaker, to be followed by Equatorial Guinea.
Corrijo, viene Zimbabwe.
Sorry, our next speaker will be Zimbabwe,
Y luego Tajikistán.
to be followed by Tajikistan.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. That's much better. Mr. President, thanks to Türkiye for his gracious hospitality as I bring you warmest greetings from the Republic of Zimbabwe through our President, Dr. Edi Mnangagwa. Mr. President, our theme on nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations affirms the 1945 United Nations Charter on the imperative for global peace and security after two cataclysmic world wars. That is why the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly Sustainable Development Goal number 16, advocates for inclusive, peaceful societies, access to social justice for all, and accountable institutions at every level of governance. However, as the Sustainable Development Report of 2024 confirms, SDG 16 remains among the most severely off track of the 17 sustainable goals. Mr. President, according to the 2023 United Nations High Commissioners for Refugees report, over 117 million people have been forcibly displaced from their homes and communities as a result of conflicts. Furthermore, no fewer than 2 billion people currently live in fragile, conflict-affected or violent settings. Equally, Africa has experienced 44 million people who are internally displaced and are cross-border refugees. These realities imperil the very promise of the African Union's Silencing the Guns initiative and broader ambitions for Agenda 2063. Alarmingly, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute reports that global military expenditure topped $2.4 trillion in 2023 alone. Let the world, therefore, Mr. President, heed the exhortation by Pope Leo XIV, who says that, and I quote, "Let those who have weapons lay them down." And he goes on to say, those who have the power to unleash wars choose peace, not a peace imposed by force, but through dialogue, not with the desire to dominate others, but to encounter them, unquote. The IPU cannot and should not accept this exhortation as it is a call to compelling parliamentary diplomacy. Mr. President, Zimbabwe approaches this theme as a nation that has paid a heavy price for peace and independence. Its hard-fought liberation struggle that exerted immeasurable sufferings and sacrifice upon our people Yet Zimbabwe emerged with a resolute commitment to global peace and security. At independence in 1980, our founding president, Robert Mugabe, crystallized that determination when he declared that, and I quote, "Surely this is now the time to beat our souls into plowshares so we can attend to the problems of developing our economy and our society," unquote. To reinforce that spirit, Zimbabwe embraced reconciliation as a national ethic of renewal. The UNITA Accord of 1987 ended a painful chapter of internal division and set our country on a path of national reconstruction and healing. Our 2013 Constitution has solidified that national spirit of reconciliation through a robust Bill of Rights. Mr. President, nurturing hope in the middle of the current global war conflicts and in future demands that we should religiously believe that hope does not disappoint. Hope does not disappoint. That justice is the ethical, philosophical, and legal principle of fairness, equity, and moral rightness, which guarantees peace for the present and future generations globally. Meanwhile, Mr. President, the peace dividend must be premised on the total respect for international law and multilateralism and not on unipolar hegemony. I thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias. Ahora corresponde el turno.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Tajikistan to be followed by Equatorial Guinea.
Уважаемый господин председатель,
Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, speakers of parliament, heads of delegations, and participants of this August assembly. First of all, I would like to thank our Turkish colleagues, especially the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, Mr. Kurtulmuş, for his warm hospitality. In today's world, unfortunately, we face challenges and problems, and they are not just related to the SDGs, but to the very principle of peaceful coexistence and the principles of peace and justice that are necessary for us and for future generations. We express our concern with the escalating military conflicts, the violations of human rights, international norms, and international stability. We express our deep concern and grave concern with the escalation in the Middle East. We condemn all the activities that cause so much human suffering, and these humanitarian issues threaten the livelihoods and lives of civilians and innocent people in the region and beyond. We call on all sides to refrain from further military action which can be fraught with disastrous consequences. Urgent measures must be taken to overcome the crisis, respecting the norms of international law, including the universal principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries around the world. The head of our country, Emomali Rahmon, emphasized the role of diplomacy and constructive dialogue as the only way to de-escalate the situation. He has always been calling for a peaceful resolution of all conflicts through negotiations. And we view parliaments as the key instrument and tool for reinforcing peace, national stability, and for promoting peace-loving foreign policies. And we must note that in his addresses to the parliament of our country, the President of the Republic of Tajikistan keeps emphasizing the important role parliamentary play in promoting national conciliation, security, promoting regional cooperation, and defending the rights of people. And this relates to supporting peace and stability. We as parliamentarians, we strongly believe that by effectively delivering on our mandates will reinforce trust of the people place in the political system in general. Making sure that parliamentarians contribute to diplomacy and parliamentary diplomacy is essential. And parliamentary diplomacy promotes dialogue and cooperation among nations. We believe that we cannot achieve peace without justice in our society, and parliaments are one of the key mechanisms for ensuring this justice. Colleagues, we have a responsibility for peace and stability. This is a responsibility we hold towards the future generations. So we need to support education and research, and especially important, we need to support and promote young people, and we need to protect and defend our environment. As parliamentarians, we have a unique opportunity to build hope through inclusivity and by enabling people to take part in legislative action. And how can people have hope? Only when they have trust in government institutions. And we believe that it is essential that parliaments must be transparent in their work, and they must work with the civil society, and they must take into consideration the various perspectives. They need to work not only with people, but with the civil society as well. We believe that parliaments can reinforce the democracy so that people feel involved in the choices we make for the future. Nurturing hope is a lasting effort, requires a lasting effort, and it is up to the parliament, acting in the interest of the society, is to ensure a peaceful future. And from this high podium and from this high rostrum, I would like to wish parliamentarians across the world every success in reinforcing peace, promoting cooperation and progress. Thank you so much, and thank you for your attention.
Gracias. Ahora.
Thank you very much, and I now give the floor to Equatorial Guinea and then the United Arab Emirates. Your Excellency, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll allow me, first of all, I would like, on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, to express our congratulations and thanks to the Parliament of the Republic of Turkey and the Interparliamentary Union for the invitation that has been extended to participate in this significant event. And we'd also like to recognize the flawless preparation of this 152nd Assembly in the beautiful city of Istanbul, as we seek to build hope, ensure peace and justice for future generations. The delegation of the Parliament of Equatorial Guinea, which I have the honor of representing here, welcomes the fact that we can share with you our thoughts about the topic under discussion with such a distinguished audience, and in so doing enrich the debate, bearing in mind that the values of hope, peace, and justice are fundamental ethical principles which promote harmonious coexistence and human dignity, and prompts us all to ensure that these principles are put into practice so we can build peaceful, fairer societies and look forward to a more positive future for new generations. Other institutions are also called upon to act, but we parliaments can play a significant role in achieving these objectives. There are many actions that we can undertake that can feed hope for future generations. Furthermore, and with regard to securing peace and justice, we parliamentarians can undertake actions that, one, adopt laws that promote just, fair, peaceful, inclusive societies, which seek to reduce corruption and ensure equality before the law. Secondly, we can use parliamentary dialogue and international cooperation to resolve disputes and conflicts peacefully. Thirdly, we can adopt national legislatory frameworks that incorporate international treaties and reflect the rights of all individuals, including those who find themselves in vulnerable situations. The Parliament of Equatorial Guinea considers that it has not been left behind as it undertakes such efforts. It seeks to promote hope, peace, and justice as it works according to its powers and budgetary capacities. It has developed laws which authorize the government to carry out public expenditure on programs linked to the values of peaceful coexistence. One program is anti-corruption and the restructuring of the Ministry of Justice, promotion of women and gender equality, education of women, young people, and teenagers, improving the living conditions of children and their families, etc., etc. In conclusion, we believe that parliamentary actions can be of great value as we seek to nurture hope and secure peace and justice. They might sound different, but they have a common denominator. They are all a key part of moving towards a better society and a better future as we undertake actions of legislation and diplomacy moving towards the SDGs adopted according to the UN General Assembly resolution of the 25th of September 2015. My dear colleagues, may we call for full respect of countries' sovereignty. There are no big or small countries. We need equal rights for all countries in the world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to United Arab Emirates and then the Maldives.
Your Excellency, Mr. Pacheco, Speaker of the Dominican Republic Parliament, Chair of this session, Excellencies, heads and members of parliaments and delegations, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace, mercy and blessings of God be upon you all. It is my pleasure at the outset to extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to the friendly Republic of Türkiye for the warm welcome and generous hospitality, and to the Interparliamentary Union and the Grand National Assembly for their excellent preparation and organization of this conference. I am also pleased to address you today at an assembly that has chosen for its general debate a theme of profound significance and relevance: nurturing hope, safeguarding peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. This theme does not merely express an aspiration for the future. It encapsulates a deeply rooted approach that has guided the policy of the UAE since its founding, an approach grounded in the promotion of tolerance, the strengthening of coexistence, and the championing of peace as a strategic choice. However, hope, peace, and justice for future generations cannot be preserved through slogans alone. They require a clear and principled stance against all those who threaten the sovereignty of states, destabilize regional security, and transform international waterways into instruments of pressure and coercion. Indeed, the most telling indication in this regard is that the international conscience itself is no longer able to view such acts as isolated incidents within an ongoing conflict. Rather, they are now recognized as reflected in the positions of international legitimacy, including UN Security Council Resolution 2817 of 2026 and Human Rights Council Resolution 38 of 2026, as violations that strike at the very foundations of the system meant to uphold sovereignty, protect civilians, guarantee freedom of navigation, and prevent the use of force as a tool of political and economic blackmail. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what the United Arab Emirates, the Gulf states, and indeed the entire world is facing today is not a transient escalation, but a recurring pattern of direct and proxy Iranian aggressive behavior. This behavior, brutal, unjustified, and unlawful, targets civilian objects and facilities, including airports, ports, energy installations, critical civilian infrastructure, desalination plants, food security centers, industrial facilities, and many other civilian assets. These practices have not stopped here. They have extended to obstructing freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, through which nearly 1/5 of the world's energy trade passes, along with fertilizers essential to global agriculture, particularly for countries of the global south. The danger lies not only in what has occurred, but in what may become acceptable if such actions are met with complacency or disregard, should the world come to believe that threatening states or disrupting international waterways can be used as leverage to improve political or negotiating positions. We would have established a dangerous precedent, one in which illegitimacy is normalized and established rules are replaced by faits accomplis. From this standpoint, while the UAE has welcomed the truce between the United States and Iran and continues to follow the ongoing negotiation process, it emphasizes that any settlement cannot achieve legitimacy or sustainability unless it takes into account the rights and concerns of affected states in a manner that ensures a genuine balance between the imperatives of peace and the requirements of security and stability. Excellencies, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is not merely a disruption of an international maritime passage. It constitutes reckless coercion and aggressive behavior, a deliberate strangulation of a vital artery of the global economy, energy security, and international stability. International maritime corridors are not subject to the will of any single party, or should the world be expected to pay the price for policies of threat and intimidation. This is not a matter of political choice, but a legal and moral necessity to protect the international system and to deter anyone who believes that they can undermine the security of global trade without consequence. The Iranian regime, which bears responsibility for such unlawful actions, must cease these practices, provide guarantees against their recurrence, and fully remedy the harm caused, including compensation for both direct and indirect economic losses sustained by affected states. Based on these facts and realities, we call upon member parliaments to adopt a clear and responsible position by, firstly, explicitly condemning the systemic Iranian attacks on the sovereignty of the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, Jordan, Türkiye, Azerbaijan, and others, considering them serious violations of international law and rejecting any justifications for them. Second, holding the Iranian regime accountable for obstructing freedom of navigation, obligating it not to repeat such actions under any pretext, and ensuring full compensation for resulting losses. Third, upholding the principle of non-targeting of civilian facilities. Achieving peace requires sincere political will, equitable justice, respect for state sovereignty, adherence to international law, and the rejection of violence and interference. For peace can only be built upon justice, and it can endure only through wisdom and responsibility. Thank you.
Muchas
Mr. Chairman, please let me have the right of reply to the nonsense speech of MLF in this meeting.
Momentito. Al final vamos a tener.
So at the end of the day, we will have the possibility to use the right of reply. For now, we will continue with our speakers list. The next speaker is the Maldives. You will have the opportunity. You will have the opportunity at the end. Thank you.
Maldives.
The Maldives, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalam ala nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in.
May the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon His Prophet Muhammad.
Honorable speakers of parliament and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me great pleasure and honor to address this distinguished assembly here in the historic city of Istanbul, where cultures, continents, and civilizations meet. First, let me express my sincere gratitude to the government and Parliament of Türkiye for the generous welcome, the warm hospitality, and the excellent arrangements of this assembly. Mr. President, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. This theme serves as a reminder of the vital collective responsibilities we carry as members of parliaments. Today, we live in a world of uncertainty, discrimination, and conflict, as well as rapid global shifts. In such times, our citizens look to their elected representatives to provide solutions that are just, sustainable, and future-oriented. Nurturing hope begins with empowering citizens, especially youth and women. This is achieved by ensuring access to quality education, better employment opportunities, and healthcare, as well as engaging them in decision-making processes. Hope is nurtured when people feel heard and remain confident that they are safe and that their voices carry weight. Mr. President, peace and stability require constant effort, dialogue and cooperation. We must respect international law, maintain strong partnerships, and solve problems together. Parliamentary diplomacy plays a vital role in helping countries work together and build stronger ties. For small island developing states like the Maldives, peace and climate security are closely linked. As I have said at previous IPU assemblies too, climate change threatens our lives and livelihoods. Climate change impacts are already changing our lives. Therefore, to ensure safety for future generations, we must engage in urgent and collective international climate action based on justice, accountability, and equity. Those nations most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change must receive greater support and assistance to address its increasingly severe consequences. Mr. President, justice is the foundation of lasting peace. This requires strong democratic institutions, accountable governance, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. To ensure justice for future generations, we must make sure the decisions we make today protect the well-being of the youth who will inherit this world tomorrow. Mr. President, the Maldives Parliament is working toward strengthening democratic governance and ensuring inclusive processes. We are introducing reforms and modern technology to improve our work. In this regard, this year we have introduced e-petition system. This is a significant step toward increasing public participation within democratic principles. This digital platform enables citizens, regardless their location, to directly submit their concerns and proposals to Parliament. We believe that this is a major advancement in enhancing parliamentary accountability and making the legislative process more participatory and accessible to all. Mr. President, at the global level, we must renew our cooperation to build hope, peace, and stability. Today's challenges cannot be solved by one country alone. The IPU provides an important space for dialogue and cooperation among parliaments, helping us work together for the benefit of our people, and we must utilize this platform to do that. Mr. President, as we deliberate in this assembly, let us renew our commitment to future generations. Let us prioritize the formulation of laws that protect our world, establish equality, and strengthen democratic systems. Instead of building walls, let us choose the path that builds bridges of connection and establish a culture of cooperation that paves the way for progress for all. In this spirit, we cannot overlook the humanitarian crisis in Palestine and in other parts of the world affected by conflict. The Maldives expresses deep concern over the rising tensions in the Middle East. We condemn the military actions by the United States and Israel against Iran, as well as attacks by Iran on several Gulf countries. These conflicts have serious humanitarian and economic consequences for the region. The Maldives urges all parties to exercise restraint and calls on the international community to support a ceasefire and work towards achieving lasting peace. As I conclude, may these discussions inspire renewed collective efforts to build a world peaceful, just, and hopeful for every.
Muchas gracias.
I thank you.
Thank you. The Kingdom of Bhutan, to be followed by Algeria.
Mr. President, Madam Secretary, honorable speakers, honorable presidents, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the Parliament and the people of the Kingdom of Bhutan, I extend my sincere appreciation for the exceptional hospitality to our gracious host, the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye, and to the Inter-Parliamentary Union for convening this assembly under the timely theme, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. We meet at a time of profound global uncertainty. Conflicts, geopolitical tensions, economic instability, and climate pressures are affecting not only the nations in the crisis, but also ordinary people everywhere. For developing countries, these challenges are especially severe, driving rising costs of living, food insecurity, and increasing pressure on livelihoods. In such times, hopes must not remain an aspiration. It must become a responsibility of leadership anchored in action. Bhutan reaffirms its commitment to multilateralism, the United Nations Charter, and the rules-based international order as essential foundation for peace and stability. For Bhutan, hope is grounded in our values. These values are guided by our profound philosophy of gross national happiness, by which we measure progress not only by economic growth, but by the well-being of our people, the strength of our communities, and harmony with nature. This reflects our deep commitment to intergenerational responsibility, ensuring that the decisions we take today safeguard the future. In our Parliament, these values are put into practice through transparency, accountability, and inclusive representation. We are working to strengthen public trust in democratic institutions, which remains essential for peace, social cohesion, and long-term stability. We are also advancing inclusion. Bhutan is taking steps to enhance women's representation in Parliament and to promote greater participation of young people in democratic processes, recognizing that they must shape their future that they will inherit. Parliaments play a critical oversight roles in upholding integrity. Independent constitutional bodies report annually to the Parliament, reinforcing transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. Bhutan also values parliamentary diplomacy. Through dialogue and cooperation, we seek to promote mutual understanding and contribute to collective solutions in an increasingly divided world. Ensuring justice for future generations requires forward-looking action. Bhutan's constitutional mandate to maintain at least 60% forest cover reflects our strong commitment to environmental stewardship. As a carbon-negative country, we continue to demonstrate that conservation and development can go hand in hand. We are also addressing emerging challenges, including rapid technological changes. Bhutan is advancing a human-centered and responsible approach to artificial intelligence, ensuring that innovation remains ethical, safe, and aligned with human well-being. Excellencies, the challenges we face, poverty, inequality, environmental degradations, and technological disruption require collective and forward-looking solutions. Bhutan remains committed to contributing to global efforts, including the UN Pact for the Future and the Declaration on Future Generations. As parliamentarians, we must lead with wisdom, solidarity, and compassion. Bhutan may be a small country, but we remain steadfast in our belief that a peaceful and a just future must be built on human dignity, environmental responsibility, and shared purposes. Let us reaffirm our common responsibility to nurture hope through accountable governance, to ensure peace through dialogue, and to ensure justice through forward-looking action. Let us all act with urgency and unity, for the choices we make today will define the world of tomorrow. Thank you for your passionate hearing. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora
Thank you very much. Algeria will be our next speaker.
Y luego Ghana.
To be followed by Ghana.
Mr. Speaker, honorable guests, at the outset, I wish to extend my sincere thanks and deep appreciation to the Republic of Turkey, its leadership, and its people. Madam President, Excellencies, we meet today in an exceptionally complex international context marked by an accumulation and interweaving of crises and profound transformations that are reshaping the world order that was established in the aftermath of the Second World War. An order founded upon noble principles such as the primacy of dialogue, diplomatic solutions, and human dignity. In light of the alarming escalation of armed conflicts and the flagrant violations of international law that the world is currently witnessing, developments that have eroded confidence in international institutions, coupled with the challenges posed by rapid technological transformations that call for clear and forward-looking strategies, it has become evident that many contemporary conflicts are no longer merely traditional in nature. They are manifestations of deeper structural imbalances related to poverty, marginalization, food insecurity, environmental degradation, and others. This compels us to rethink the very concept of security so that it becomes more closely aligned with individuals and their human fundamental needs. In the same vein, Algeria has realized that the true challenge of the international community today lies not only in managing crises, but in rebuilding trust, restoring hope, and establishing genuine justice that benefits both present and future generations. This is a process that combines structured national action, and it is in line with Algeria's vision led by His Excellency President Abdelmajid Tebboune, because we believe in reconciliation, in multilateralism, and in the peaceful settlement of disputes, namely when it comes to the respect of international law, which must remain the governing framework for relations among states, free from selectivity and double standards. The more selectively international law is applied, the more the legitimacy of international institutions is undermined and eroded, and confidence in multilateral action declines. This will open the door to the logic of power prevailing over the rule of law. One cannot overlook one of the most pressing challenges to the credibility of the international community, namely the continuing suffering of the Palestinian people. This is a stark statement to the urgent need to uphold the principles of international legitimacy and to put an end to double standards, namely in the Palestinian cause, and working towards the implementation of international legality resolutions. We further stress the necessity of accountability for perpetrators of war crimes and crimes against humanity, and ending the culture of impunity in a manner that preserves the credibility of international justice. We strongly condemn the so-called law on the execution of Palestinian prisoners. This is a grave violation of international humanitarian law, and this is a racist law. It is a dangerous precedent that undermines efforts to protect civilians. We call for its immediate condemnation and repeal, and for the protection of prisoners in accordance with established legal norms and conventions. Algeria welcomes the ceasefire agreement in the Gulf region and the Middle East. and commends the sustained efforts and good offices taken by various parties and regional and international mediators which have led to this important agreement. This is a step towards a positive development that can contribute to de-escalation and the preservation of lives, thereby opening the way for the resumption of a serious political process based on dialogue and negotiation. We emphasize, however, that this remains insufficient unless it is coupled with a comprehensive and permanent cessation of the Zionist aggression against our brothers in Lebanon and Palestine, and by progress towards a comprehensive and just resolution of the root causes of the crisis. We also reaffirm in this regard the need to implement international legality resolutions, completing decolonization processes and enabling people to exercise their right to self-determination. Ladies and gentlemen, these imbalances reflect the limitations and vulnerability of the international system, but they also reinforce the conviction that reforming global governance is an urgent need dictated by ongoing transformations. This should ensure more equitable and balanced representation of states, strengthen the credibility of international institutions, and make them more able to respond effectively to shared challenges. Preserving international peace and security requires the adoption of a comprehensive approach encompassing economic, social, and environmental dimensions, and also respecting the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of states. Experience has proven that the absence of development, widening social disparities, and the worsening effects of climate change all contribute to fueling conflicts, prolonging them, and exacerbating them. Therefore, investment in sustainable development, the strengthening of food security, and environmental protection are all preconditions for building lasting peace. The role of parliaments is gaining increasing importance as representatives entrusted with legislative oversight and evaluative functions, and as a vital link between citizens and decision-makers. Parliaments are called upon today to contribute to restoring trust in institutions by consecrating the principles of transparency, accountability, enhancing political participation, and developing legislative frameworks that respond to rapid transformations. Parliaments are also called upon to adopt a forward-looking approach in lawmaking while taking into account the long-term impacts of public policies in order to ensure future generations' rights. Algeria allocates special importance to international parliamentary diplomacy because it is a tool to enhance a dialogue between peoples, enhance a rapprochement, and also prevent conflicts, namely in regional contexts that are facing complex challenges requiring solidarity-based and cooperative approaches. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important challenges on our common agenda, the rapid technological transformations, including, most importantly, AI, which has evolved beyond a mere technical tool to become a significant factor influencing the economy, politics, and society. It offers promising opportunities to advance development and improve the quality of life, but at the same time, it raises complex ethical and legal challenges. In this regard, Algeria emphasizes the need to strengthen international cooperation in order to adopt regulatory frameworks that are both transparent and just, that ensure the use of these tools in an ethical manner and so as to best serve the benefit of humanity. Algeria also calls for enhancing the capacity of developing states to use this technology and harness its potential to bridge the digital gap and also achieve sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, our meeting here today as parliamentarians calls upon us to rise up to the level of the challenges of today so as to best respond to the visions and ambitions of our peoples in a better and more fair future. The hope that we call for future generations cannot be revitalized without a true political will and convergence of efforts, solidarity, and the respect of common and shared values. Let us work together to enhance trust in international institutions, to enhance the values and principles of equality, democracy, stability in a way that protects the dignity of human beings and that responds to the aspirations of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ahora entra al uso de la palabra la República de
The Republic of Ghana will have the floor, to be followed by Uzbekistan now.
Luego corresponde el turno a la República de Uzbekistán.
So the Republic of Uzbekistan will be after Ghana.
Mr. Chairman of today's session, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm and fraternal greetings from the government and people of Ghana. Since I'm going to submit my speech, permit me to highlight only a few points. The theme for this year's debate, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations, provides a comprehensive framework for addressing both traditional and emerging global challenges. Hope reflects more than just aspiration. It signifies confidence in systems that deliver inclusive growth, protect livelihoods, and expand opportunities, particularly for the young people. As articulated by wisdom, sustainable peace entails not only the absence of conflict, but also the presence of justice, equity, and resilient institutions. Central to achieving the objectives of hope, peace, and justice is the role of Parliament at national, regional, and global levels. The Parliament of Ghana plays a pivotal role in shaping the country's democratic trajectory and development outcomes. Through its core constitutional functions such as legislation, oversight, representation, and control of public finances. In nurturing hope, serving peace, and ensuring justice for future generations, Parliament serves as a central institution for translating national aspirations into concrete policies, laws, and accountability mechanisms. Furthermore, Parliament contributes to peace building and national cohesion through its deliberative and diplomatic roles. Parliamentary diplomacy has become an increasingly important tool for advancing peace, justice, and multilateral cooperation in a rapidly changing global landscape. The Parliament of Ghana deeply values its long-standing and impactful collaborations with the Interparliamentary Union, which continues to advance institutional capacity and strengthen parliamentary practice. Over the years, this partnership has delivered a series of targeted interventions, including a program on the promotion of human and child rights in June 2025, followed by a focused workshop in December 2025 to reinforce parliamentary engagement on child production. In October 2025, our cooperation further extended to capacity building on climate change, with particular emphasis on methane emissions reduction and the legislative role in environmental stewardship. Building on this momentum, the Parliament of Ghana was honored to host the inaugural meeting of the Network of Parliamentary Training Institutes in Accra this year, which culminated in the adoption of a communique and a landmark decision to initiate the establishment of a global association of parliamentary training institutes. In summary, Ghana believes that nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice are interconnected pillars essential for sustainable and inclusive development. Hope is strengthened through inclusive opportunities, peace through strong institutions, and justice through equity and the rule of law. While Ghana has made progress through democratic governance and frameworks such as the African Union Agenda 2063, addressing her contemporary challenges require coordinated action and strong political will. Furthermore, intergenerational responsibility demands that current policies safeguard the future. Ultimately, our collective commitment is key to building a just, powerful, peaceful, and hopeful society. Unilateralism lacks the wisdom of the lessons of history. This has no place in the Interparliamentary Union. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for the space, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed. I give the floor to Uzbekistan, the Republic of Uzbekistan.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, colleagues, I would like to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Parliament of the Republic of Turkey and the Interparliamentary Union for organizing this important assembly at such a high level. The topic of this assembly requires us to clearly understand and to have a clear vision about the tools we have at our disposal and how we can use these tools. I would like to share Uzbekistan's experience in this regard. The demographic reality in Uzbekistan is such that out of 38 million people living in our country, more than 60% are young people under the age of 30. We understand clearly that state policy, any state policy that does not target specifically young people, is destined to fail. Uzbekistan has made a strategic choice. Young people are not the future. Young people are our present. Therefore, youth policy takes a central place in our national development strategy until 2030. This year, we're carrying out a state program towards a sustainable future which covers all areas of development for the younger generation. So in practical terms, this is how this is reflected. We are creating conditions for developing human capital. This includes education, research and science, IT technology, and innovations. And the state invests on a system-wide basis in all these areas. Young people must acquire the knowledge and skills to be competitive on the global labor market. And within this framework, we expand access to quality education, including opportunities for talented young people to study abroad and for talented people from low-income families. Second, we support youth employment. Job creation and supporting entrepreneurship are not merely economic measures. These are investments in social stability and in our future. Third, we promote culture, arts, and sports. In fact, promoting harmony in society is impossible without promoting culture and sports and the arts. We are creating parks and creative industry parks that in order to enable young people to fulfill their creative potential. Fourth, we pay special attention to environmental awareness and sustainable development. Young people must understand that their future depends on how we treat our environment today. We create special funds and foundations to support youth-led green initiatives. We understand that we live in an interconnected world, so national efforts must go hand in hand with international cooperation. Young people are not a national resource, they're a global resource. Young people think beyond borders. We must create platforms to enable young people to interact and exchange experience. It is in this context that Uzbekistan has initiated, together with the IPU, hosting the 12th Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians in Samarkand, a city in Uzbekistan, in September of this year. This is not just a forum. This is an important platform for young leaders from different countries to be able to discuss the challenges facing their generation and develop joint approaches to addressing them. We invite all of you and young parliamentarians to this conference, since strengthening hopes starts with dialogue, intergenerational dialogue, dialogue between countries, nations, and cultures. Thank you for your attention.
Ahora.
Thank you. Now the speaker will be from Djibouti.
Okay. Y luego.
And then, if I could just take a moment to thank all of you for your attention. But at this point, I'm now going to hand over the chair to my colleague from Luxembourg, Mr. Whistler. So he will be continuing in the chair. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President.
Monsieur le Président, Madame.
President, Madam President of the IPU, IPU Secretary General, parliamentarians, dear colleagues, on behalf of the National Assembly of the Republic of Djibouti, I welcome the choice of the theme for this 152nd IPU Assembly, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. It's a theme which is extremely timely in a global context affected by multiple crises, tensions, and crumbling trust between nations. Djibouti is a very small country, but it aspires to be an important actor because of its sense of duty and responsibility. In the Horn of Africa, we are fully aware that the stability of our region has an impact on the stability of the whole region, continent, and indeed the world. Relationships between continents are very important, and that's why we intend to step up our efforts to consolidate peace, achieve sustainable development, particularly in a context where several neighboring countries are facing recurring crises. Institutional stability and democratic responsibility are important. In 2025 and 2026, our Parliament has adopted constitutional reforms, which have been thoroughly discussed in Parliament and are designed to ensure institutional stability in a regional context marked by crises and indeed chaos. Our Parliament wishes to ensure political continuity and stability, because we believe that's vital for achieving the Millennium Development Goals and in securing the future of younger generations. We remain staunchly committed to democracy, transparency, and inclusiveness, citizens' participation. We want to offer our people a credible and stable environment for governance. In a region facing multiple crises, Djibouti tries to play the role of regional mediator. And we've helped on a number of occasions with initiatives of dialogue to consolidate peace, in particular in the context of the intergovernmental regional body of which we are currently president. Recurring tensions and conflicts in Somalia remind us of the fragility of some countries and the need to have strong and lasting political commitment. Djibouti stands ready to continue to create a space for dialogue, and consultation, a forum for regional stakeholders and international organizations, and indeed civil society organizations. Our country is stable and secure, and we are in a position to provide a favorable environment to discussions, to mediation and conflict prevention. In that context, we intend to continue to make a strong contribution to peace and security in East Africa, to nurture hope and consolidate the future. Our National Assembly believes that youth are key to our political action, and we reiterate with great conviction that peace can only be based on quality education, on the strengthening of vocational training, on constant support to entrepreneurship among young people and promoting decent work for them. These priorities are very much connected with the Millennium Development Goals, especially 4, 8 and 16. And they reflect our firm commitment to prepare future generations to rise to the economic, social and environmental challenges they face. Justice for future generations shouldn't just be ensured in the political and economic spheres, but it also means protecting the environment and combating climate change. Djibouti is a very small country, but we are very directly affected by climate change. We are seeing rising sea levels in the Red Sea, which threaten us. We are seeing increasing pressure on our natural resources. And our Parliament gives its commitment to strengthen environmental protection, to promote sustainable development policies and encourage a transition toward economic policies that respect the environment. And we invite our parliamentary colleagues to strengthen international cooperation in that area in order to protect natural resources. To conclude, allow me to reiterate the National Assembly of Djibouti's commitment to nurture hope, secure peace, and ensure justice for future generations. Our country has great ambitions, and we continue to stand firmly for peace and the development of our region. We call on parliamentarians around the world to strengthen cooperation, to exchange good practices, and to work together for a fairer, more peaceful and sustainable world. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is North Macedonia, to be followed by the Legislative Assembly of East Africa. North Macedonia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable speakers and presidents of the parliaments, dear parliamentarians, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an exceptional privilege to stand before you today in Istanbul, a city with a rich history where the past meets the future and cultures have always crossed paths. I want to thank our Turkish hosts and the Interparliamentary Union for bringing us together under a theme that demands our urgent attention. We gathered at a time when the global multilateral system faces unprecedented pressure. Democracy is struggling, armed conflicts are growing, and socio-economic divides keep getting wider. For many, including the young people in our countries, the future doesn't feel promising. It feels threatening. Dear colleagues, North Macedonia's history shows what determined diplomacy and honest international cooperation can achieve. The Prespa Agreement of 2018 ended a decades-long dispute and paved the way for our NATO membership in 2020. It proved that even the toughest conflicts can be resolved through dialogue, political courage, and mutual respect. This agreement reflects the values we are discussing here today. We are committed to our European Union accession journey, which drives democratic reforms, strengthening the rule of law, and improves public institutions. We aim to restore citizens' trust through real results. As President of the Assembly, I have made my mission to make our Parliament a genuine home for our citizens, not just a place for voting or procedure. The Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia has taken important steps to make lawmaking more future-focused and sustainable. We have added impact assessments and consultative processes to our legislative cycle. This allows for inclusive dialogue with civil society, academia, and the private sector. We believe that laws should be evaluated not just on their immediate effects, but also on the world that create for future generations. On digital transformation and artificial intelligence, our Assembly recognizes the responsibility of parliaments. We are strengthening the legal framework for digital technologies in line with EU rules and international standards. We fully support the November 2025 Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Parliaments and Responsible AI. As AI technologies develop rapidly, parliaments must lead rather than follow. Governance frameworks must protect democratic principles, individual rights, and future generations' security from the risk of uncontrolled technology, including conflicts. Addressing the root causes of instability is central to our parliamentary agenda. North Macedonia has worked hard to reduce poverty and inequality, strengthening food security and tackle environmental issues like air pollution. Our Parliament has responded with stronger laws and increased investment in green energy. We understand that environmental and human security are linked. Regarding intergenerational justice, we see that only 2.8% of parliamentarians worldwide are under 30. This needs to be changed. Our Assembly is working to lower barriers to youth political participation and to strengthen dialogue across generations. We want the voices that shape our laws to reflect all parts of society, especially those who will face the consequences of today's decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, parliaments are not passive observers of the crisis we face today. They are institutions that turn citizens' hopes into laws, ensure accountability, and shape the future. The Assembly of North Macedonia is ready to enhance its interparliamentary cooperation, share our experiences, and learn from others, all for a more peaceful, fair, and sustainable world for future generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the East African Legislative Assembly, to be followed by the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament. EALA, East African Legislative Assembly.
Honorable colleagues, allow me to thank the Interparliamentary Union for bringing us together in Istanbul at a time when the world is facing serious questions about the future. We meet at a defining moment. Across the world, we are witnessing rising conflicts, growing inequality, climate change challenges, poverty, instability, and a declining trust in multilateral institutions. These are not isolated crises. They are interconnected, and they raise a fundamental question. Are our governance systems fit for the future we are entering? In these uncertain times, hope should not just be an idea, but must now move from aspiration to implementation. Parliaments must not only legislate for today, but for the risks, technologies, and societies of tomorrow in order to prevent conflict, protect people, and create opportunities. For us at the East African Legislative Assembly, we strive to address citizen concerns through the cardinal roles of legislation, oversight, and representation. This constitutional role gives us a distinctive responsibility to ensure that laws we pass today remain consistent with peace, justice, and human rights tomorrow. Peace is not secured by security forces alone, not sustained through reaction. It must be proactively designed through a people-centered approach. Parliament's role, through this lens, should prioritize civilian protection and full respect for international humanitarian law, strengthen oversight and accountability mechanisms, and address root causes of insecurity, poverty, inequality, environmental degradation, food insecurity, and work services, while fostering inclusive governance so that communities feel heard and see public institutions deliver. We commit to enhancing parliamentary oversight on conflict prevention, embedding human security approaches, and ensuring accountability for violations of international humanitarian law. Democracy cannot thrive when young people are excluded from decision-making and women face systematic barriers. We commit to expanding meaningful participation of young people and women in parliamentary processes, strengthening intergenerational dialogue and protections against exclusion and harassment. Dear colleagues, we are in an era in which technology, especially artificial intelligence, is evolving faster than laws. Parliament must therefore ensure that artificial intelligence is governed responsibly. We commit to developing frameworks for ethical and accountable AI governance, ensuring that innovation serves humanity and protects fundamental rights. In conclusion, we stand at a crossroads. We can continue reacting to crises, or we can build systems that anticipate, prevent, and transform them. At the East African Legislative Assembly, we reaffirm our commitment to forward-looking leadership, inclusive governance, responsible innovation, and constructive multilateral cooperation. Together, let us shape a future where governance delivers, institutions are trusted, and no one is left behind. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Parlatino, the Latin American Caribbean Parliament, to be followed by the Parliament of the Economic Community of West African States. Parlatino, you have the floor. Thank you very much indeed, President. Parliamentarians, it is encouraging to be present at the 152nd Assembly of the IPU, to participate in a debate to nurture hope, secure peace, and ensure justice for future generations. Modern-day humanity is subject to a multifaceted crisis, dehumanizing globalization, which is giving rise to calamities, war, terrorism, and a crisis climate, increasing inequality, disproportionate migration, and the new conquest and cultural colonization, which is based on the monopoly of corporations and the algorithm of domination. It is imposed by force and superior power. Given that this is facing us, what can we do to counter it? Hope is the answer. A person without hope is far from free. A people without hope is condemned to subjugation and submission. So we have to welcome the fact that the IPU is seeking to promote peace, justice, and hope throughout the world and for future generations, giving hope to those who are excluded, who are victims of unilateral coercive measures and illegal, illegitimate wars, stripped of their resources. That requires a lot of action, not just words. Parliamentary diplomacy might seem to be insufficient to meet these challenges, but it is a reflection of what we can do to move from resignation, war, injustice, and climate crisis. Parliamentary diplomacy recognizes the needs of the citizens we represent, and it's the very least that we need to build hope, secure peace, reaffirm justice for future generations, and build more democratic international relations, as in '97 the IPU proposed in the Universal Declaration on Diplomacy. Quite rightly, it said that the United Nations has not managed to prevent the cruel reality of the modern day. That is perhaps because of the monopoly on the veto in the Council, in the Security Council, and the lack of willingness to reform within the organization. We've seen a failure to respect international law. We could ask, however, what world would we have without the UN? And in whose interest is it to bury the UN and put an end to multilateralism? The humanitarian approach cannot have a future without dialogue and diplomacy, so we need to recognize the three pillars: development, peace, and security. Human rights provide us with a guide to ensure that the UN does not fail. It has not met its hopes and ambitions in the past. It has not been able to articulate indispensable unity in the face of challenges. So in this emergency, either we need to change or we resign to barbarity, such as Israel in Gaza and the war started by Israel and the US in Iran, which has an impact at the planetary scale. The history of international relations gives the IPU a specific role in defending peace and defending multilateralism. It has an institutional memory. And looking back at the history of the world, it is compelled to promote multilateralism and peace. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we have a very powerful neighbor whose parliament is not interested in the IPU. And our attempts at dialogue have fallen on deaf ears. 2025, that was a year that was marked by threats in many areas. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we recognize ourselves as a region of peace, but we saw in the beginning of the year the kidnapping of the Venezuelan president and a oil blockade on Cuba, which is something which could end in genocide. We share the same fate as the rest of humanity in Latin America and Caribbean, and we are willing to seek alternatives, including as a response to the climate emergency. So we've created an alliance for climate action and the fair transition, which incorporates parliamentary institutions, interparliamentary institutions from Africa, America, Asia, and Europe. My invitation to you is to join us in that network and to continue to contribute to the global governance to address the climate change through our parliamentary work. We welcome the re-establishing, or rather the establishing of the Green Fund Office with the support of the nation of Panama, and we look forward to the further promotion of the Parliamentary Charter for Climate Action in the Caribbean and Latin America. We've also created a special commission for the Caribbean so that we can recognize the specific needs as SIDS. In conclusion, President, my thanks to our hosts. The hospitality that we have received in Istanbul is outstanding. It is a reflection of the importance that Türkiye attaches to dialogue, multilateralism and diplomacy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next speaker is the Parliament of the Economic Community of the West African States, ECOWAS, that will be followed by Mexico. ECOWAS, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente.
President of the IPU, President of the Assembly, colleagues, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I take the floor with full awareness of the gravity of the current situation, aware that shared and common action is the only way forward. Our theme, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations, is of the utmost relevance in these times. Our world is torn by violence in the Middle East, in Europe, and in Africa. We have to learn the clear lesson that war is never far away. Alliances and dependencies ensure that it always knocks on our door, today or tomorrow. And faced with that truth, we also need to declare a very simple truth. Acceptance of peaceful coexistence is the only way out of any crisis. It has to be the basis for the dialogue between our peoples. Let's accept our differences. Our diversity is our wealth. Quite often it is our differences that cause conflict. But allow me to reaffirm a cardinal principle of international law here, which is enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations: the right of each people to freely choose their political status, their social and economic system, without external interference. Whether we're talking about Gaza, Israel, Lebanon, Ukraine, Sudan, the Sahel, or whether we're talking about the world as a whole. The dignity of people has to be indivisible. It cannot be crushed or obliterated. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, there is no place more symbolic than Istanbul to be able to deliver this message: a bridge between Europe and Asia, a gateway to Africa. It is a crossroads. It is a place where civilizations and destinies meet. We find ourselves in a region at risk, and it cannot be a chance then that we are here. We cannot stand by and allow future generations to be sacrificed. Our job is to make the necessary sacrifices to secure their peace and prosperity. Justice for future generations entails not leaving them a world in ruins, but rather a world where they believe they can build a better tomorrow. Our message has to be clear: no compromise with indifference. Clarity is courage. Ambiguity is complicity. Let's be clear. Behind every statistic, it is humanity that is losing out in this situation. There are threats everywhere. The energy crisis, for example, a supplementary threat. And what about the social programs in our countries? They are being subjected to these sanctions. A proverb in Africa is that somebody who's seen a panther runs differently from someone who's only heard about panthers. Most of our leaders were not born when the world left behind it the horrors of the Second World War. However, we seem not to have learnt the lessons. Scars don't disappear, but memories fade. So let's be clear, no hope for peace is possible if we do not address these structural causes. Hunger, affecting 700 million people throughout the world, 9% of the entire global population. The climate emergency, laying waste to ecosystems. Artificial intelligence, which, without regulation, is a threat to peace and democracy. My exhortation to you is let peace be our war by effectively supporting diplomacy in a region in crisis. Let us educate our future generations in peace and justice, allowing full participation for women and young people in our politics. There cannot be legitimate democracy without their voice. An intergenerational understanding is not an option, it's a condition for justice. So allow me to thank the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye for its exceptionally warm greeting and hospitality, and its commitment to the international parliamentary community. This is a memorable assembly. It's a time when we have collectively decided to make peaceful coexistence between people not a distant ideal, but a reality that we build together, that we build each day. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mexico, to be followed by the Arab Parliament. Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Distinguished representatives of the parliaments of the world, today we are here to discuss a shared mission, strengthening dialogue to build common solutions. We, legislators, are a clear expression of the plurality of our societies. In our parliamentary houses, different interests converge along with diverse perspectives, and our greatest strength is in that diversity. In that diversity, it's possible to build agreements that last. The global context is marked by conflict, inequality, and social tension. Our responsibility is clear: promote understanding, consolidate dialogue, and strengthen cooperation with the shared objective of nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. Through respect, we affirm our convictions, our firm beliefs, and recognize others' rights to do the same. So we parliaments need to establish a space where politics recovers its noble mission, focused on the building of agreement in favor of common and shared well-being. That entails building societies where security is a right, where genuine opportunities are available, where our laws are applied to affect the well-being of the families and individuals that we represent. International cooperation is indispensable. The challenges that we are facing require answers that we work on together in Mexico and the world, which are evidence, dialogue, and respect-based. In this way, we can overcome the barriers, exchange experience, and strengthen our own capabilities, moving forward with greater efficiency. One recent example in my country clearly reflects this reality. The report from the UN on disappearances reflects just how complex the phenomenon is and provides substantive elements for further consideration of this issue. In a number of countries, governments have pursued forced disappearances. In Mexico, there has not been such a policy driving these practices. At the same time, the report does talk about a grave crisis of systematic and generalized disappearances that require improved institutional responses. The report talks about a genuine opportunity to strengthen international cooperation through technical cooperation, technical support, access to experts, and support mechanisms which are designed to enhance broad-based shared responses. And that is something that can help to address the issue of disappearances in America, such a painful issue, and it is such solutions supported by the international community that will help heal the wounds. This is something that reflects the importance of multilateralism, the capacity to take an objective approach, to share resources, to collaborate in finding a response. And when we parliamentarians take that approach, we turn challenges into opportunities to build effective responses, build solutions over the long term, and act in a humane manner. And in this multilateral context, the one we find ourselves in, it's more than ever necessary to say we welcome joint efforts, international work, and parliaments that help us to constantly improve laws that benefit the interests of citizens. Today, from this stage, I say to you that we work constantly in favor of those we represent, beyond ideology, beyond division, beyond confrontation. Today, what the world is expecting from us, ladies and gentlemen, is that we give results. And hopefully, this effort from here in the IPU will continue to bear fruit. So on behalf of Mexico, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. The next speaker is the Arab Parliament, that will be followed by the Mercosur Parliament. I give now the floor to the Arab Parliament.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Excellencies, presidents of parliaments, and heads of parliamentary delegations, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere thanks and deep appreciation to our colleagues at the Grand National Assembly of the Republic of Türkiye and the IPU for the excellent organization of the proceedings of these meetings, which are being convened amidst an extremely complex and sensitive international and regional context. Most recently, the Middle East region has witnessed serious security and military developments, which ended with reaching an agreement on a temporary ceasefire, which we hope will lead to a final and lasting agreement that ensures security and stability in the region. However, this development, despite its importance, cannot be separated from the broader context witnessed in the region of blatant attacks carried out by Iran against several Arab states as part of its military escalation, despite the extensive efforts exerted by these countries to prevent such a war from occurring. The most recent Iranian attacks, with their negative, dangerous, and cross-border ramifications, cannot be considered as isolated events. These represent a direct and systematic threat against the stability and security of a number of Arab states, namely GCC countries. In this context, any negotiations process that aims at containing this escalation or putting an end to its consequences will be doomed to fail unless the countries that are victims of these attacks take all part in a statement condemning the sequela of such attacks, so as to be able to have long-standing sustainable development and so that the legitimate rights of these countries are protected and preserved. In this context, the Arab Parliament calls upon national, regional, and international parliaments to shoulder their responsibility by clearly and unequivocally condemning and denouncing these blatant attacks and by rejecting any practices that undermine the sovereignty of Arab states or that jeopardize their peace, stability, and security. Any acts should be condemned, namely those that threaten the safety of maritime navigation. This must give the message of strong accountability that stops impunity and that prevent the recurrence of such attacks in the future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while we confront these challenges, another highly dangerous development has emerged before us, namely the adoption by the Knesset of the Israeli occupation of legislation permitting the execution of Palestinian prisoners. This is a precedent that blatantly contradicts the most basic principles of international humanitarian law. It is a crime, it is a violation of international legal principles, and this puts us before a responsibility that we cannot defer. The IPU is not only a platform for dialogue, it is an international legislative conscience that must act immediately to protect the bases and the principles upon which it was built. Therefore, we call upon the suspension of the membership of the Israeli Knesset to the IPU because any parliament that legalizes the execution of prisoners cannot be welcomed here. Second, we call for the formation of an international parliamentary committee that is affiliated with the IPU and that is specifically tasked with following up on this issue. In conclusion, I assure you that history does not remember unclear positions, ambiguous condemnation. It rather memorializes moments where conscience prevails over silence and justice over hesitation. Today, the choice is clear. Either we rise to the level of this responsibility or we leave a vacuum to be filled by chaos and violations. Thank you for listening, and may the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you.
Merci. Many thanks. Our next speaker will be the Mercosur Parliament, to be followed by Afghanistan. The Mercosur Parliament has the floor.
Muy buenos días.
A very good morning, President, Your Excellencies. I'm very honored to be with you here today at this 152nd Interparliamentary Assembly. I'm very honored to talk to you about peace, a theme which should be easy to talk about. But actually, talking about peace isn't quite so easy. It's not easy to talk about peace when we see missiles launched on friends and civilians. It's not easy to talk about peace if you put yourself in the shoes of those who 24 hours a day are hearing alarms, alerts, and seeking shelter. I'm not justifying war. On the contrary, I abhor war. I come from a country that suffered from the scourge and pain of the consequences of war. My country was devastated, but it rose up thanks to its women. I don't think peace can be achieved with speeches alone. Peace needs to be worked on a daily basis. It must be sustained with the most important resource that we have, humanity, the only renewable resource that we have, dialogue. Thanks to the blessings of God and the support of my colleagues from the Republic of Paraguay and Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Bolivia, I'm lucky enough to represent a regional bloc, the largest in South America, which brings hope to more than 300 million people, the Mercosur Parliament. We believe that in order to secure peace and the sustainable democracies that we want to have, we need to strengthen our institutions. That's the only way of holding leaders accountable, of sustaining this balance that we have among the differences that we have among our bloc. So we want to secure growth, create spaces for dialogue, and integration within and beyond our region. It's no coincidence that we find ourselves today in this wonderful city of Istanbul, a city that brings us unity, a symbol of peaceful coexistence and the link between two continents. I think it's a clear signal, a clear message that we are sending out, meeting here in Istanbul. And I'm very grateful for the invitation. And I welcome the fact that we can discuss, try to build bridges to try to secure the peace that we all want. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Afghanistan, who will be followed by the International Parliament on Tolerance and Peace. Afghanistan has the floor.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
The name of Allah, the most merciful. Honorable Speaker, distinguished members of the delegation and esteemed parliamentarians, it's a privilege to address you today within the framework of this interparliamentary meeting on the important theme, securing peace and ensuring justice for future generation, a theme that reflects the fundamental needs of the people of Afghanistan under present circumstances. For nearly 5 years, Afghanistan has been navigating a unique, complex, and sensitive situation. Our people continue to face significant economic, social, and humanitarian challenges, diminished employment opportunities, restricted access to essential services, and the growing vulnerability of various segments of society are among the pressing realities that demand serious attention. In such a context, adopting a pragmatic, engagement-oriented approach focused on identifying workable solution is not merely desirable but essential. Distinguished participants, the progress and stability of any society are linked to access to fundamental opportunities, foremost among them education. Ensuring access to education for all segments of society, including girls, is not only a basic necessity but also sustainable development and national self-resilience. Expanding access to quality education can play a pivotal role in poverty reduction, human capital development, and the strengthening of social trust. Equally critical is the improvement of the population economic condition, job creation, support for the private sector, and the provision of the conducive environment of all key measures that can enhance livelihoods. In this regards, regional and international cooperation in support of Afghanistan economy will be both constructive and indispensable. With respect to peace, Afghanistan experience clearly demonstrates that sustainable peace is built upon mutual understanding, inclusive participation, and respect. A peace process that embraces all segments of society can lay in the fundamental foundation for lasting stability. National institutions play a decisive role in fostering trust, promoting choosing, and advancing meaningful national dialogues. In the domain of justice, strengthening the rule of law, ensuring transparency, and guaranteeing equitable access to fundamental rights are among the foremost priorities. Justice is realized when all members of society, without exclusion or marginalization, recognize themselves as integral to the national fabric. Dear colleagues, the role of women in Afghanistan society, as in all societies, is both significant and, given the current context, creating appropriate conditions for the gradual and meaningful participation of women in educational, social, economic spheres can contribute sustainably to social choosing and accelerate development. At the same time, migration remains another major challenge affecting not only Afghanistan but wider region. Millions of Afghan citizens, both within the country and abroad, are confronted with difficult circumstances. Addressing their needs requires sustained cooperation and durable solutions. Distinguished colleagues, in recent years, new opportunities have emerged at both regional and international levels to improve Afghanistan's situation. Effectively leveraging these opportunities depends on strengthening trust, dialogue, and mutual understanding among all stakeholders. While challenges persist, we firmly believe that the only viable path forward lies in continued constructive engagement and in advancing the goals of all citizens. In this context, the Interparliamentary Union can be a meaningful and effective role by facilitating dialogue, building bridges of cooperation, and strengthening partnership among nations. In closing, allow me to reiterate that achieving a future granted in peace, justice, and hope requires collective efforts, flexibility, and mutual understanding. Let us work together in a spirit of responsibility and cooperation to create conditions in which future generations can live in a more stable and hopeful world. Thank you for your attention.
Merci.
Many thanks. The next speaker will be from the International Parliament on Tolerance and Peace, to be followed by a speaker from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean. So the IPTP has the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Ma'ali Rais al-Jam'iyya.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, President, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you all. I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to the Republic of Türkiye and its parliament for organizing this honorable assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to speak to this August assembly of the IPU, a platform that continues to consecrate its position as one of the primordial pillars of international parliamentary diplomacy, dialogue, and international cooperation in our contemporary world. We are gathered today at a time where the international reality once again reminds us that peace itself cannot be sustainable in isolation. Security is a precondition, and it can never be taken for granted. Justice is not automatically and easily achieved. All of these goals require meaningful cooperation and close adherence to international law. The theme for our general debate, strengthening hope, preserving peace and justice for future generations, reflects our moral responsibility. But not only that, the theme also embodies a legal and moral responsibility to protect the bases of stability everywhere. Hope can be revived when states choose dialogue over division, and peace through law that prevails over the rule of the jungle. Peace can only be achieved when our institutions can truly build the future peacefully, rather than respond to emerging challenges. The international order was built upon the premises of international law, namely the legal frameworks, among which the law on maritime navigation. The United Nations Law on the Seas is a basis for international stability, and it guarantees the right to freedom of navigation and passage through international maritime passageways. This stipulates that all states have the right to navigate freely, unhindered, and to access critical infrastructure upon which their survival depends. This is a precondition for stability in a world increasingly characterized by uncertainty. These strategic passageways include the Hormuz Strait, through which a great portion of international energy trade passes. The stability of this strait is not a regional affair only. It is an issue that impacts international stability and progress. When international law is respected, stability can be guaranteed. But when these water passageways are threatened, then the ramifications of such threats will not stop at any border. Your Excellencies, achieving peace in the Middle East cannot be dissociated from the international stability as a whole. This region has a lot of historical complexities. It has a long-standing political difficulty. but it has the potential to be turned into a space for cooperation rather than conflicts. Therefore, we strongly condemn the attacks waged by Iran on neighboring countries. It has already adopted these attacks. It has claimed responsibility for the casualties and the damages incurred in infrastructure. This stirs serious concerns about the future of our humanity. We are also gravely concerned towards the latest attacks waged by Iran against GCC countries after the negotiations failed. These have serious consequences for international peace and stability. We also reiterate the right of the Palestinian people to its own independent sovereign state and to build its future freely, to enjoy peace, development, and stability in the Middle East. Permanent peace in the Middle East cannot be imposed. It is built block by block. It necessitates an ongoing dialogue, an ongoing commitment to the settlement of disputes through diplomatic means and by resorting to international law away from escalation and unilateralism. It requires a real political will that considers that our joint and common interests must prevail over our individual interests. We also underline the right of the Lebanese Republic to exercise its authority on all of its territories and to be protected from any international or external interference, because this is the only guarantor of the interests of the Lebanese people and its right to self-determination and sovereignty on its own territories.
Merci.
The consequences that we are witnessing with our own eyes as a result of instability further confirms that resorting to international laws is the only way to achieve peace, equality, and stability. This is a precondition for investment, development, and prosperity, and this is when hope can truly become tangible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean. And after that, we'll have completed the list of speakers, and we'll move on to our second list, which are the first speakers from delegations, and then we will begin with Brazil. So here is the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, dear guests, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you today at a historic moment that our region and the world are going through. The IPU has selected a very important theme for its general debate. It has already been discussed at length by most of you, but we still wonder, what are our peoples expecting from us? The answer is too much. And what's next? What is the next step that we will take after all of these speeches, these flowery statements that we just gave? What can we still offer our peoples after the failure of an international system that is unjust? What can we offer our peoples? Should we give them more promises, or visions, or ambitions? Or should we give our citizens and our peoples a joint vision around which all the parliaments of the world can rally? A vision that would be devised by the IPU to redress all the wrongs of our history. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our responsibility, and if we dodge this responsibility or fail to discharge it, then the dangers that lie ahead will spare no one. I assure you that the turmoil in the Middle East, in its north, its south, and its middle, is very dangerous, as it will spill over the borders of this region to reach every family in every corner of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we must learn our lessons. Stability cannot be built without justice, and any attempt to dissociate security from rights, the legitimate rights of peoples, is doomed to fail. Contemporary wars are borderless. What's happening in Gaza or in GCC countries does not only reflect upon the peoples of our region, but impact food and energy prices and cause instability everywhere. Marginalizing international law principles weakens international legitimacy as a whole, because this allows for the targeting of civilian infrastructure and imposes forced displacement and also the erosion of international instruments. This will open the door wide before despair and disenchantment. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentary diplomacy is a responsibility for us all. It is the first line of defense in the face of these challenges. In light of these lessons, I call upon you to stand as one and to raise your voice to reach every corner of the world. Stop war, stop escalation. This must be a call for a sustainable ceasefire in Gaza with a process for peace governed by the United Nations Security Council with the participation of the IPU and any other international multilateral organization in order to implement the Sharm el-Sheikh Declaration brokered between Egypt, Turkey, and other friendly states. This is the ceasefire agreement that stopped the fighting. But what's next? Things are moving extremely slow, and it seems that there isn't really a will to further implement the agreement. Now we need the implementation process to go forward. Israel and the Palestinian authorities must abide by their commitments. The Gaza Strip must be rebuilt through a transparent process, engaging all countries of the Middle East, as well as international financial institutions, so that relief efforts can turn into a comprehensive program for development and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not without knowing that these ambitions must include us all. We must all be involved in devising a common vision for our future. We must use a new language when we speak to the world, even if this needs reconsidering the international order and the international system, namely the United Nations. We must go back to what we agreed upon 70 or 80 years ago and revisit the entire UN architecture. We must say that a veto in the hands of one member state can break down the agreement between 180 other states. This is not fair. Where is the true representation of developing countries at the Security Council? There isn't a representation really for those countries. This is an imbalance in justice. And this is the first nail in the coffin of justice. Development and stability cannot be achieved without true justice and fairness. Stability and security cannot be achieved without the respect of international law and equality. I will not take much longer, but I would just like to tell you that we need an international program that is implemented under the sponsorship of the IPU, bringing together all parliaments of the world in order to achieve the goals that we aspire for. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا وبذلك نكون قد انتهينا. C'est à la liste des premiers orateurs.
Thank you very much. We now move to the speakers list of first speakers from delegations. But before giving the floor to Brazil, I'll give the floor to Ms. Dorji, who is the Speaker of the Parliament of Bhutan.
Senhoras e senhores, é com grande
It's with enormous pleasure that I take the floor to, on behalf of the Parliament, the Chamber of the MPs of Brazil. Our Parliament has, with determination and a sense of historical responsibility, has assumed its rightful role in building a development that is truly inclusive, sustainable, and prepared for the challenges of our time. Well, Brazil is a country of continental dimensions marked by profound social contradictions. Unfortunately,
A section of the population still has a standard of living below what we consider satisfactory. The Chamber has responded to the challenges at hand by actively participating in the creation of legislative frameworks aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Through parliamentary observatories dedicated to the SDGs, we continuously monitor the progresses and setbacks in public policies aimed at reducing poverty and tackling inequality. In 2024, we approved a comprehensive tax reform, which sought to make tax collection more efficient and also to reduce the tax burden of the poorest. The change was discussed over many years and represented a significant step towards greater tax and social justice. In the field of food security, in 2025, the Parliament approved the bill establishing the national policy to combat food loss and waste. This is a cross-cutting legislation that operates across the entire production chain, from harvest to table, with the aim of ensuring access to food for the most vulnerable populations. In addition, measures were approved to expand school feeding programs and encourage the institutional purchase of products from family farms, thereby simultaneously strengthening food security in cities and generating income in the rural areas. Environmental issues also occupy a central place on the Brazilian legislative agenda. The Parliament has been debating in depth the alignment of the Forest Code, the National Solid Waste Policy, and the regulatory frameworks on land use and water resources with global goals for sustainable production and ecosystem restoration. We are committed to proposals that combine scientific research, technical assistance, and resilient agriculture practices, as we are convinced that productivity and environmental conservation are not conflicting objectives, but complementary aspects of the same vision for the future. Finally, I cannot fail to address disruptive technological challenges or changes. Artificial intelligence and digital platforms are transforming economies, cultures, and democracies. Bills regulating these technologies are currently being before the Parliament, including bills dedicated to artificial intelligence and initiatives on digital markets, seeking to ensure that innovation serves the public good rather than the concentration of power. Internally, through initiatives such as the Hacker Lab, we are incorporating these technologies to enhance transparency and public participation in legislative processes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Brazilian Parliament does not ignore these challenges, nor does it shy away from them. Legislating responsibly and with an eye to future generations. This is our contribution to the development that Brazil and the world need. Participation of Brazil leaves this clear message, objective and convicted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the Parliament of Canada, followed by the Parliament of United Kingdom. Thank you.
Fellow parliamentarians, chers collègues, it is a wonderful opportunity to be with you today, and I'm very proud to represent the Canadian Parliament in this assembly at a moment in time when, as has been acknowledged by many at this podium, our international system is under a real, visible, and sustained threat. The themes before us are not abstract. They are real challenges. The erosion of trust in our institutions, the weakening of cooperation among our countries, and the growing gap between the global challenges we face and our ability to respond to them are real. Today, our role as parliamentarians is not peripheral to these developments, it is central. And while I am new to this respected forum, I'm not new to public service. I have served as a parliamentarian for many years, and before that, as a faith leader. And as such, I know that our work in public service, at its core, is built upon constructive change through engagement, through dialogue, through accountability, and through institutional cooperation. You might have noticed I'm not a young parliamentarian. As many of you in this room are not young parliamentarians, we acknowledge that many of us through our life has thought there has been a march towards improvement, towards further cooperation, towards expanding democratic governance and strong multilateral engagement. And while we have had successes in this area, we acknowledge that we have also had failures. However, today we see our threats as even being more profound and perhaps completely different. Our world is facing a rupture, and we're particularly concerned that the foundational principles, the rule of law, the international rules-based order, the respect for each other, and traditional norms of diplomacy have been shattered. And at this moment, we as parliamentarians must step up even further. Our role is more important today than it has ever been, I believe, in our planet. That does not mean that state governments do not have an important role. That does not mean that multilateral institutions do not have an important role. But by our very existence, by our virtue as parliaments, our role is important. We are at our core people who speak and listen to each other. And as we gather at this august body, as we come together as parliaments, our job is to cross through barriers, cut through structures and barriers that would stop us from engaging with each other. Parliamentarians in this room, in the hallways and in the committee rooms, will establish friendships, will establish norms of engagement, and will offer constructive criticisms and opportunities for us to each engage with each other and to create space in our world for further opportunities for all. As has been said repeatedly, peace is not simply the absence of conflict. It is about opportunity for all. It is about opportunity for young people, for women, for minorities, for engagement. Can I have a glass of water, please? Excuse me. As I said, peace is not just the absence of conflict. It is about the existence of opportunity for women and girls, for young people, for minorities, from people of different faiths and stances and cultures to have full opportunity to engage in the world. So our job as Parliament is to open those doors, to ensure those opportunities exist. Parliaments provide legal frameworks in our own countries that determine whether commitments to peace, development, and justice are implemented in practice. Parliaments exercise oversight. In periods of crisis, we stand up and ensure accountability. Parliaments also ensure that we have stabilizing mechanisms in our world to have sustained dialogue between peoples, states, ideas, and countries. Each one of us then will return to our home parliaments, and we will have an internal responsibility to make sure that we model accountability, we model respect for democratic principles, but we also have responsibilities abroad. Abroad, we must engage constructively, hopefully, trustfully, and engage with our ability to listen and to compromise, to reach consensus, and to engage fully. Our world is fragmented. Our parliamentary responsibility is strong. Each one of us will leave this place hopefully having made a difference, not only for ourselves, but for those who need us to make a difference in the world, people in our own countries and people around the world. We are about securing peace for future generations, and we must not treat this as ceremonial, but as real work to engage constructively with each other. I commend you for your work. We look forward to more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is from the United Kingdom, followed by the speaker from Cyprus.
Dear colleagues, may I start by thanking our hosts here in Türkiye for looking after us this week. Each one of us here at this International Conference of Parliamentarians have followed our own path from our local communities through national politics to be here contributing this week. And with the international order faltering, under enormous strain, it feels right to draw some lessons from home. And for me, that's as a Labour MP, a son of the City of Liverpool and the British trade union movement. So I hope you'll forgive me if I draw a little on my political heritage. In 1900, the Trade Unions Congress organised a conference in London where 129 trade unionists and working class activists voted to establish a distinct Labour group in Parliament, which could form a united front to promote legislation in the direct interests of workers. And over the subsequent years, this loose coalition of working class legislators became the party I have the privilege to represent in Parliament today. That, like now, was a time of great international uncertainty. But these railway workers and miners from the industrial heartland of Britain looked to their country's legislature, not because of blind faith in the perfection of democratic institutions, but because they understood that those institutions were the most legitimate arena in which to contest the conditions of their lives. They were not naive idealists, they were practical people who had looked at the world and decided that the best way to change it was to work within the structures it had produced, while never abandoning the ambition to reform those structures from within. So I offer that story as a frame for the conversation we're here to have today. The theme of this assembly, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations, speaks to the highest aspirations of international parliamentarianism. But beyond aspiration, its fulfillment demands honesty about the world as it really is today. The multilateral institutions we rely upon are under extraordinary strain. 80 years on from the founding of the United Nations, we are watching wars spread across the globe, each time with no Security Council resolution capable of commanding consensus, no clear legal mandates, and no obvious off-ramps. And in this era of world power rivalries, if we want to secure the basic principles of the international order, the rule of law, of sovereignty, then we must condemn Iranian attacks on our allies in the Gulf. And we must call for the Strait of Hormuz to be opened. And we too stand with Ukraine against the illegal invasion of Russia. The UK government's refusal to participate in offensive operations against Iran was not a failure of nerve, but it was grounded in the fundamental belief that a government's primary responsibility is to act in the interests of its citizens that it represents. And we must not make the mistake to assume that a necessary tension between the defence of the national interest and the defence of a predictable, just and consistent international order exists. The more nuanced truth is that parliaments are at their best when they find the meeting point between these two essential ideals. Britain's role in this conflict has been limited, grounded in law, and consistent with its national interest. And that distinction matters enormously, both because it sets a crucial precedent and because it preserves legitimacy. The uncomfortable truth is that the events of recent months have exposed something British politicians for a long time refused to say clearly, that European security cannot be indefinitely subcontracted to Washington. The US-led operation in Iran has thrown into sharp relief a dependency that has been building for decades. For too long, European parliaments, mine included, have allowed defence to become an abstraction, a line in a budget managed somewhere else. But that era is ending, and the adjustment will be painful. What does this mean for the work of this Assembly? I think it means that we must resist the temptation to anchor our deliberations too firmly in rarefied liberal principles, untethered from political reality. International institutions derive their legitimacy, not from their own declarations, but from the consent and credibility of the nations that constitute them. When that foundation weakens, everything built upon it weakens too.
Sir, your time is up.
Conference, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now the floor is for Cyprus, followed by San Marino.
Dear colleagues, 8 decades after the founding of the United Nations, we face a perfect storm of crises, geopolitical and democratic instability, inequality, and the accelerating impacts of climate change. These challenges test not only our institutions, but also the trust our citizens place to them. Parliaments have a central role in restoring confidence through responsible budgeting, effective oversight, and legislation that balances economic growth with social cohesion. At the same time, we cannot ignore the impact of the emerging technologies. Artificial intelligence presents both opportunities and risks. It is our responsibility as legislators to ensure that innovation serves humanity, strengthens democratic processes, and does not undermine security or ethical standards. For my country, Cyprus, the call to secure peace carries particular weight. For over 5 decades, my country has been divided. Our commitment is very clear: a just, viable, and lasting solutions in line with the international law and relevant United Nations resolutions on bizonal, bicommunal federation to the benefit of all Cypriots, Greeks, Turks, Maronites, Latins, and Armenians. Parliamentary diplomacy has an important role to play here. Through dialogue, confidence building, and cooperation, we can bridge divides. We must also ensure that our young people are part in this process. Their voices are very essential in shaping policies that will define their future. Finally, we must act with determination. We must strengthen our institutions, reaffirm our commitment to international law, and work collectively to build a future defined not by conflict and uncertainty, but by peace, dignity, and hope. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And the next speaker is from San Marino, followed by Sweden.
Dear colleagues, I speak on behalf of the delegation of the Republic of San Marino, one of the oldest republics in the world, founded more than 1700 years ago on a simple but demanding idea: freedom as responsibility. Today, we speak about hope, peace, and justice for the future generation in a time that, honestly, is full of uncertainty. There are still wars near Europe and in the Middle East, growing global tension, and new kinds of conflict linked to technology. The world feels more unstable, more uncertain, more fragile. But the biggest risk is not only conflict. It is getting used to conflict. It is losing our vision. And let me say this clearly. Today, too often, political choices are guided more by markets than by the dignity of people. When politics stops leading and only follow economic logic, hope becomes weaker, because dignity cannot depend on profit, and peace cannot be built on deep inequality. Alcide de Gasperi said, "A politician thinks about the next election. A statesman thinks about the next generation." This is the point. Today, we must be statesmen. We must think beyond the short term and recover our sense of responsibility. History teaches us that peace is never automatic. It's always a brave choice. I think about Europe after World War II, a continent destroyed by war and hate, and yet from that destruction, a great project was born: European integration. Leaders like De Gasperi, Schuman, and Adenauer understood that the true victory was not to defy the enemy, but to build a shared future. That was a political choice, it was a vision. It showed that peace is built when we look beyond resentment. During World War II, our country welcomed about 100,000 refugees, offering protection to those escaping violence. It was not an easy choice for a small republic. It was a human choice. And that the same spirit, quite but strong, has continued in recent years when we welcomed 450 Ukrainian refugees, equal to about 1.34% of our population. Different story, the same need for peace. Even today, throughout our activity role in international organizations, we continue to believe that dialogue is the first form of security, because peace is not only the absence of war, it's justice, dignity, inclusion. Another key issue is diversity. In a time when differences are often used to divide, we must have the courage to say that diversity brings us together. It's shown that our society are alive, open, and able to grow. But diversity needs support. It needs good policy, strong institutions, and parliaments that can listen. This is our responsibility. We cannot just react to crisis. Think about new technology, artificial intelligence, and growing inequality. These challenges are changing our society work. We need vision, we need responsibility. Pope Francis reminds us there is no peace without justice, and not justice without others. For this reason, future generations cannot be a secondary issue. They must guide our decision. What kind of world are we building? What kind of society are we leaving behind? San Marino, with its long history, give us a simple but demanding answer. a politics rooted in community that valued the person and that refused to put the market above human dignity. In conclusion, if we truly want to nurture the future, we must build peace, not as a slogan, but as a political project, a peace built with courage, with dialogue, and with responsibility for those who will come after us. San Marino is here to witness this. Now it is up to us to live up to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the next speaker is from Sweden, followed by Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. President, speakers, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. The UN Charter starts with the 3 words, we the people. It should come as no surprise to this audience that we, the members of parliament, lay claim to a special relationship with the United Nations. Indeed, we have a unique legitimacy to speak on behalf of the people in our capacity as elected representatives, as elected members of parliament. Dear colleagues, we live in a time of dramatic change, conflicts, and upheaval, times when different value systems and interests are on collision with each other. In times like these, when great powers are trying to impose their will on smaller states through threats and violence, we need the United Nations more than ever. We need the United Nations to function, to perform as it was intended by its founders after the Second World War. As a Swedish parliamentarian representing the 7th largest donor to the United Nations systems and a firm believer that the rule-based order benefits all of us, benefits the whole world and its population. Large or small country, women and men, young and old, it doesn't matter. We need United Nations. I still recognize the need for UN reforms. The UN Security Council is one example of a need of reform. The UN Council reflects the situation in the world back to 1945. Since then, there have been a lot of changes. Key players in maintaining peace and security today and in promoting human rights and development around the world, they should have a place around the security table at the UN headquarters, regardless of the situation in 1945. I would also say that it's critical that the UN is given the resources that we as members have decided. Member states should pay their fees in time and in full. It should be no discussion about this, because if we want the UN that function, we need also to do our parts as member countries. We, parliamentarians, must do our shared part, not only in holding our elected governments accountable, but also in ratifying and implementing the UN treaties and holding the UN Secretariat to the highest standards pertaining to its efficiency and deliveries. I do firmly believe that national parliaments are essential in translating global human rights commitments into concrete improvements to the lives of people that we represent. And no chain is stronger than the weakest link. A vibrant democracy welcomes scrutiny. independent information, a frank and open political debate, majority and opposition, and at times also bold criticism. And I would like to say that we, as members of parliament, we have to work for this, because it's to make the people's voice heard and respected. However, I trust that we all here at the IPU 152 Assembly share the same fundamental respect for the basic tenets of human rights, rule of law, and democracy. I believe we share a deep-held conviction that respects for the fundamental rights of all citizens, rules of law, and due process. And time is running out, but let me say that Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine has been ongoing for almost as long as the First World War, and has taken place parallel to a violent crackdown of Russia's opposition, where opposition leaders have been killed, poisoned, and imprisoned. The war in Ukraine is not only a threat against Ukraine, it's a threat against the world-based order. It's a threat against the food production. It's a threat against the climate. It's a threat that all of us should take serious, and I ought Russia to stop its violent war as soon as possible. I would also, Mr. President, just like to say that the current situation in the Middle East is very worrisome, and it's need to find an end, and here we need United Nations. Thanks a lot, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Now the next speaker is from Jordan, followed by Japan. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السيد الرئيس الزملاء الكرام.
Thank you, President, dear colleagues. At the outset, allow me to extend the greetings of Islam. May the peace of God be upon you. I'm delighted to take the floor at this 152nd Interparliamentary Assembly, taking place here in Istanbul, a city which has never been just a city, but throughout history has been a crossroads between the East and the West, a bridge between cultures and civilizations, and a space for dialogue and human contacts. I'd like to thank the Turkish government and people and the Turkish National Assembly for the warm welcome that they've afforded us. As you know, they've done a tremendous job, and we'd also like to thank President Erdogan for the welcome, and thank the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye. We are facing numerous challenges in today's world: successive economic crises, invasions and occupations, threatening national, regional and international security. Today, we are facing unprecedented human crises, and in that context, our duty as parliamentarians is to protect our people and to defend the principles that underlie the international order. I'm speaking, of course, about the rule of law and justice. We face numerous challenges today, not only political conflicts, but threats to humanity itself, food security, climate change, unemployment, technological change, which is accelerating at an unprecedented pace. And we must work together, pool our efforts to draw up strategies for rising to these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot talk about international security without talking about our region, of course, and the Palestinian cause today lies at the very heart of many conflicts. It's a test for the international community. Occupation continues, repression, and there is a political aspect to all of these conflicts. That's why our region is a source of continuing conflict, and unfortunately it may continue and spread. We cannot simply stand by and watch what Israel is doing. Systematic and serious crimes continue to be committed against the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip, in the West Bank, of course. And the impact of that is being felt as well in Lebanon and other countries around the region. What happened in Gaza is a genocide, a human tragedy. Massacres have been carried out of civilians. These people have been targeted systematically in violation of international humanitarian law. The West Bank is seeing an escalating crisis today. The situation is critical, and this reflects a clear policy of occupation which they are trying to impose by force. The war machine continues to operate, flouting international humanitarian law, international rules, and the resolutions adopted by the international community. That policy is from an outlaw organization, entity, which doesn't respect law or humanity. They have been completely unaccountable, and they are now trying to impose their narrative on the world as well. Just look what they are doing. They are committing the worst atrocities and ethnic cleansing. In Jordan, we denounce those massacres and those crimes. We must stop this continuing aggression. Otherwise, it will escalate and it will spread to the whole region. They are trying to impose the status quo. There is a risk of mass displacement. Israel is continuing with this operation, and His Majesty the King of Jordan has called on many occasions for the need to pool our efforts and speak up to defend the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. We must try to encourage the international community to act.
5 minutes. I have 7 minutes. Everybody, he calls 5 minutes. Why 5 minutes?
You have 5 minutes.
Everybody, he speaks 7 minutes. I want to speak 7 minutes.
You have 5 minutes. Your time is up.
Please, I have more time.
Your time is up. So please, follow the statutes of the IPU. So you'll have
3 minutes, please. 3 minutes, please.
I'll give you 1 more minute. Please.
2 minutes?
1 minute.
2 minutes, please.
1 minute.
بلش عد قبل ما تعطيني. السيد الرئيس لقد كان موقف الأردن بقيادة جلالة.
President, Jordan's position has always been the rightful one. We've always been moderate. We simply seek security for the region. Other stakeholders are trying to escalate the situation, but we are making diplomatic efforts to try to defend stability and to try to defend the Palestinian people. We need to see a fair and comprehensive solution to this conflict. Parliamentarians, peace can only be achieved through ongoing efforts. It cannot be achieved through impunity and occupation. We invite the international community to take effective steps, impose sanctions on Israel to put an end to these abuses, to force them to respect international law. The Palestinian people must enjoy their rights.
No, you'll have to follow the time. Sorry.
But I only had 5 minutes. Everyone else had 7 minutes. I will send in an official objection. Thank you.
Now, we have the speaker from Japan, then followed by Kenya.
Mr. Chairman and all the colleagues from the world, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak here. As you are all aware, the international situation is extremely turbulent due to a range of challenges, including frequent conflicts, widening inequality, and climate change. I am also deeply concerned that the current situation in Iran is having a serious impact on the world as a whole, and particularly on the most vulnerable people. I look forward to working closely with parliamentarians from all nations to bring about an early de-escalation of the situation and ensure stable supply of energy. As stated in the 2024 Pact for the Future and in the declaration of last year's World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, it is up to us parliamentarians to ensure that future generations can enjoy a peaceful and just environment. Given the current state of turmoil, the importance of parliamentary diplomacy has never been greater. Precisely because we are accustomed to reaching legislative and other agreements through deliberation, we are able to respond promptly to pressing issues in diplomacy, while also promote mutual understanding and mutually beneficial relationship from a long-term perspective. Having personally engaged with various nations in the past as the head of the ruling party's parliamentary diplomacy, I am convinced of this potential. In these turbulent times where interests are intertwined, the value of maintaining multi-layered exchanges from a perspective distinct from that of government is immeasurable. Furthermore, by sharing insights from various countries, we parliamentarians can contribute to the stability and freedom and democracy in our respective nations. In Japan, whilst facing structural changes such as a declining birth rate and aging population, urban population concentration, and fiscal constraints, we have been striving to formulate policies that take into account our responsibility towards future generations to collaborate with with the private sectors and develop equitable universal services. Through exchanges with representatives from other countries, I hope to share the lessons learned by Japan while also benefiting from your insights. As members of parliament, we have both the power and the responsibility to unite society and drive it forward through deliberation. Let us share our insights across borders and further strengthen our solidarity in order to build a better future. It is precisely because of the current state of extreme uncertainty that I hereby declare my determination to engage in ongoing dialogue with you all and fulfill our duty to the next generation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Now we have a speaker from Kenya, followed by Liechtenstein. Difficult.
Excellencies, distinguished parliamentarians and parliamentary delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read remarks on behalf of the Right Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, the Speaker of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. My name is Catherine Muma, one of the senators. Good afternoon. I bring you warm greetings from the Parliament and citizens of the Republic of Kenya. It is a great honor to address this assembly and to share Kenya's practical experience in strengthening democratic governance and shaping a sustainable future for all. I commend the IPU for once again bringing us together to deliberate, share experiences, and build consensus on identified topical areas under the theme Nurturing Hope, Securing Peace, and Ensuring Justice for Future Generations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Parliament of Kenya, in its commitment to strengthening trust in public institutions and democracy, has prioritized transparency, accountability, and citizen engagement as pillars of trust through open parliamentary sittings, enhanced committee oversight, and digital access to legislative processes, and we have widened public participation as a constitutional principle. At the regional level, Kenya actively contributes to peer learning and democratic strengthening through interparliamentary platforms across East Africa and the continent. With regard to lawmaking, Kenya has embedded progressive and practical sustainability principles in its legislative agenda, aligning national laws with long-term development frameworks and global commitments such as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Our forward-looking approach prioritizes climate resilience, fiscal responsibility, and intergovernmental equity, ensuring that laws enacted today safeguard the well-being of future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentary diplomacy and multilateral cooperation remain a key plank of our engagements with other parliaments and governance institutions in the region, continent, and global levels. We have tirelessly leveraged parliamentary diplomacy to foster dialogue, mediate regional concerns, and reinforce multilateralism through active participation in the Interparliamentary Union and other global forums. We have continued to advance peace, justice, and cooperation, cooperative solutions to shared challenges. In a bid to support our government to address emerging and lingering development challenges, our parliament has enacted laws and overseen policies targeting poverty reduction, social protection, food security, and environmental sustainability. We continue to strengthen legislative responses to inequality, technological disruption, and climate change. Notably, in collaboration with the IPU, Kenya is finalizing plans to host in Nairobi next month a groundbreaking regional parliamentary seminar on climate change and methane emissions reduction, an initiative that will reinforce our commitment to lowering emissions and advancing climate action. Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is not in doubt that artificial intelligence and its proliferation globally stands out as a major disruptor of our time that we must contend with in virtually all spheres of life. However, we must also acknowledge that it is a wellspring of limitless opportunities and a key driver of innovation and economic progress. In line with the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Parliaments and Responsible AI of November 2025, the Senate of Kenya is currently processing the Artificial Intelligence Bill 2026. This legislation establishes a comprehensive governance framework for AI, strengthens parliamentary oversight in this critical domain, and addresses gaps in data protection and information technology.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Kenya reaffirms its dedication to building resilient institutions, promoting inclusive development, and strengthening multilateral cooperation. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Then now we have Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein, please, sorry for this horrible spelling.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I speak today on behalf of Liechtenstein, a small country in the heart of Europe with only 40,000 inhabitants. Many of you may know our country only briefly. Precisely as a small state, we are keenly aware of the importance of strong institutions, reliable rules, and international cooperation. For small states, peace, legal certainty, and multilateralism are not abstract ideas. They are the foundation for a sustainable future. The theme of this debate raises a simple fundamental question. What kind of future are we leaving to the generations to come? Many people, especially young people, are questioning whether politics can still provide direction. Conflicts persist, inequalities increase, and trust in public institutions is under pressure. This is why this debate matters. It goes to the heart of parliamentary responsibility. Parliaments do not decide only for today. Our laws and budgets have long-term consequences. We carry responsibility for those without a voice today, and for those future generations who will live with the outcome of our decisions. Liechtenstein is small, but our size sharpens our focus on what truly matters. We know that trust, the rule of law, and democratic stability do not happen by themselves. They are the result of continuous parliamentary work. In Liechtenstein, we deliberately rely on transparency, clear responsibilities, and a political culture of dialogue. This stability strengthens public trust and helps prevent polarization. It is tangible contribution to peace and social cohesion. For us, intergenerational justice is not a slogan. It is reflected in concrete decisions. One example in our long-term oriented fiscal and social policy. Liechtenstein places great importance on well-functioning and reliable social systems that provide security today and tomorrow. Our old age and survivors pension scheme currently holds reserves of around 11 years. This is no coincidence. It is the result of deliberate political decisions. It follows a clear principle. We do not live at the expense of the next generation. A small state, Liechtenstein is particularly dependent on a rule-based international law order. For us, international law is not an abstract concept, but a guarantee of security, equality, and peace. This is why we actually engage in multilateral institutions and in parliamentary diplomacy. Dialogue between parliaments builds trust, even in times of political tension. For us, multilateralism is not idealism. It is a practical necessity for today and for generations to come. Distinguished colleagues, hope is created where politics acts with foresight, where institutions are trustworthy, and where international cooperation is taken seriously. Parliaments carry a special responsibility, not only for today, but for the future. Let us live up to this responsibility together, for peace, for justice, and for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have the speaker from the Netherlands. Last speaker of the before lunch, of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleagues, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. This well-known saying makes clear that we should be grateful for what we have inherited, but even more, we bear an enormous responsibility to pass on this legacy as faithfully and as vitally as possible to our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, to future generations. In 2020, philosopher Roman Krznarik brought future generations into focus, asking how we can place long-term thinking back at the center of our lives, at a time when the tyranny of the here and the now dominates daily life and politics. Once upon a time, future-focused political decision-making brought about the Dutch dikes, the Dutch polders, and the London sewer system. However, in recent years, Politics has been reduced to short-term competition, easily distracted by the latest scandal on social media. Our political horizon has narrowed to no further than the next election, at most just a few years. As a consequence, we are putting off the risks of systemic and intergenerational problems such as the climate crisis and the danger of unregulated AI. In this way, Krasnarik argues, we are colonizing the future. Bringing the rights of future generations to the center of political discourse is essential to developing long-term thinking for governments. For parliamentarians, in particular, this perspective is invaluable. Why? By adopting a long-term political lens, we gain the power to depolarize and concurrently set ambitious goals. We all want clear water to drink. We all want clear air to breathe for our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren. In these shared and basic ambitions, there are no big differences between social democrats and liberals or between right-wing and left-wing parties. Since nearly all decisions have intergenerational effects, in a representative democracy that considers the interests of all those affected by its ruling, it is extremely important that politicians are committed to systematically representing the voice of future generations. The UN 2024 Pact for the Future provides a roadmap for states to give future generations a voice in their democracy, and it can serve as a cross-party inspiration for developing future-proofing mechanisms. Additionally, a practical and proven method to avoid short-term dominated politics is the use of randomly selected citizens' assemblies, which show that participants are likely to propose solutions that benefit the long term. In the Netherlands, we have taken the first steps towards fulfilling our responsibility towards future generations. I will share a few of our recent efforts to advance intergenerational justice. In 2025, the Dutch Senate adopted a motion to promote forward-looking, sustainable lawmaking that benefits future generations. The initiative was endorsed by opposition and coalition parties, proposing an additional criterion to be assessed in every new law, addressing questions such as, is the bill future-proof, and what consequences will people and the planet face in, say, 50 years? To properly answer this question for each bill, a future assessment should be conducted as a standard for new legislative proposals, providing insight in the long-term effects of policy regulations. Last week, we discussed this point with the new Prime Minister Rob Jetten. He affirmed that the new government will develop a generational test based on the shared understanding that generations are interconnected and that every decision of this today affects not only tomorrow, but also all days thereafter. Granting future generations in a solid position in parliamentary decision-making is an urgent task for the present generation of politicians. We are facing critical challenges, a climate crisis, increasing geopolitical conflicts, the erosion of democracy and the rise of autocracies worldwide. For securing peace and ensure justice for future generations, the moment is now. To conclude, when it comes to nurturing hope for future generations, a phrase of the American writer Rebecca Solnit rings true. Hope, she writes, is not patiently waiting and wishing for the best. On the contrary, hope is an axe that can break down doors in an emergency. Hope is not based on wait and see. Hope demands working and acting. Providing hope for future generations across generations means hard work for us, present-day parliamentarians. Let us live up to this special responsibility as future stewards and work towards an interparliamentarian union resolution on developing political instruments that encourage and establish future generation-proof politics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, before we close the session, we have a request from Iran for a right of reply. So as per the statutes and the rules of procedure of the IPU, Iran has 2 minutes to reply, and please abide by the rules of procedures. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful. For the better understanding of the representative of the UAE and some other countries of the Persian Gulf states, I have to say this with clarity and based on the international law. Several points I would like to make here. The Islamic Republic of Iran, as the literal, responsible and committed state that is committed to international law, has always attached great importance to the liberation and the freedom and the rights of the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman, and in the previous decades this pathway has always been open for everyone. So this plan that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed, and the closure is baseless, and it is a politically motivated effort to deviate the public opinion from the real source of the instability in the region. Today, what is really threatening the security of shipping is not the legitimate right of Iran, but the illegal use of force by the United States of America and the Israeli regime against Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity is an action that runs contrary to the paragraph 2 of the UN Charter, and because of this, Iran, and according to its intrinsic right of a legitimate defense, and based on the 51st Article 1 of the Charter, has the right to safeguard its national security based on 1982 Convention of the Rights of the Sea, and this is. If it is not a threat to this national security of the literal state and based on the Article 18 and any kind of threat to use the force against the territorial integrity and the sovereignty and the independence, political independence of the literal state, and it makes it. It brings it out of the harmless one, and the 31 article of the transit passage regime makes it forbidden. Just اونا خیلی حرف زدن. خب این حق یک ملته. لااقل یک دقیقه من وقت بدید. And I would like to say this to United Arab Emirates. And there was an intervention that was done by the Pakistani authorities to have a ceasefire and to have an agreement and not to try to sabotage it. ببخشید مجبورم که قطع بکنم میکروفون شما رو. And if they have used the latest technologies and equipment and weaponry against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and these countries put their airspace and everything they had at the disposal of the invading country that is the United States. متشکرم.
Stop.
No, done.
Because they're interpreting. They keep on interpreting. Okay.
Thank you.
2:30.
Now the next session after lunch will resume at 2:30. Thank you.